Hello, everybody. Sorry about the little bit of a delay here. I've been struggling to find some good beat borpy kind of music that is not too overwhelming. I didn't really think that that would be much of a challenge, but Spotify has decided to fight me today. We're just going to let it autoplay from here and see what it comes up with.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
what's up? Is that too loud? I'm not sure if that alert is too loud for you guys. You'll have to let me know. But hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing good. I hope you all had a great weekend. Who have we got here with us right now? We've got Morbid Mime, we've got Rosie, and we've got Manic. Who else has shown up? Just you guys for now. That's good. We get some quality one-on-one time. Did anyone get into anything fun over the weekend? I didn't. I kind of just sat around, but that's okay. I needed a sit-around time. And sleep. Yes, I also did that. Temporarily free from the clutches of Blender and Unity. Oh, yeah. That one will reel you in for a while. Have you been working on that Sora model that you've been showing pictures of? I thought that was something that somebody else was working on, but it seems like it's kind of been your project at this point. You've done a lot of cool stuff with it from what I've seen. Oh no, now we've got like some honky tonk going on. Spotify has a mind of its own today. But we're going to work with that. Today's theme is Digital Circus, so it kind of works for that. But yeah, I didn't do a whole lot over the weekend. A little bit of cleaning, a little bit of organizing. Mostly trying to focus on some self-care, just taking some time to sit with myself, spend time with my favorite person. It is, but the mod part and design is all my doing. You blow me away with some of the stuff that you do. Jack's tampered with it. Yeah, well, we seem to be getting the same exact song over and over again now, but just in varying forms. Every single one of these songs is called the Bee song. Here, let's see about this one. This is a pre-made playlist called A Silly Playlist for Silly People. We'll see how that one goes. The song that never ends. Oh, it goes on and on, my friend. No, not that one. Instead, we've got very stereotypical lobby music now. Actually, that reminds me. Over the weekend, I introduced some of my friends to a game show that I used to watch when I was a kid. Not really a game show so much as just a show about people playing a game. Pardon me, my throat's still a bit scratchy from allergies. But if you're familiar with it, it was an old show called Whose Line Is It Anyway? And it was a theater show, and being a recovering theater kid, it was a very, very highly rated show to me personally. At least growing up. I haven't watched it more in recent years, but it's still going on TV today. But we've been hanging out, doing a lot of birthday stuff this month. Yesterday was Foe's birthday. We did our typical movie night on VR chat with him. And afterwards, we decided to play a bit of Whose Line Is It Anyway? Because someone has created a world in VR chat that has made it very easy to access to do all of the games. It's an improv show. We had a lot of fun with that. And the reason that lobby music reminded me of it is because the room was dead silent the entire time. So in order to remedy that, I would put on the lobby music from Security Breach. It's weirdly fitting. It works for a lot of scenarios. Reminds me I need to send you the playlist I'm working on because you brought it up that one night. Yes! Oh, Manic, absolutely. Anytime that you get around to that, I'm eager to hear. Manic has been a really awesome DJ? Is that what I would be able to call you? Someone who compiles music playlists? Maybe? Never watched the show, but Whose Line Is It Anime used to be a panel that ran at the local cons around here that was super fun. That sounds fun! Oh man, what a good crossover. Yeah, the premise behind Whose Line Is It Anyway is just a collection of improv games that you can play with friends. Sometimes they're as simple as the game called Props, where, at least on the show, because it took place on a theater studio, there would often be props in the back of the studio, and they would assign the improv actors various props from other shows to come up with like 2 or 3 second skits, little bits, funny things that they could have done using their imagination and whatnot. It's a lot of fun. It's a very good way to kill time.
Bet I can smash that.
Hello, Seven. How are you doing? A DJ professor, if you will. No, I've had a lot of birthdays back to back this month. I kind of been surprised at the amount of November babies that there are out there. Because last week we had Jesse's birthday on Tuesday. This week we had Foe's birthday on Monday, and we have Spooko's birthday coming up on Thursday. And Sassy's birthday is this weekend. Who else there? There was somebody else. I can't remember them now. There was one other person. Ugh. Too many to keep up with, too many to remember. Birthday season, yeah. It definitely seems to be. I didn't realize that there was a birthday season in winter. I mean, that makes sense. Because, you know, Valentine's Day. What's 9 months before November that's so popular? I would like to know. But it's probably Valentine's Day. It's always fun to be able to track it back and figure out when your parents boned to have you. Oh, actually, does anybody have any plans coming up for Friendsgiving and whatnot? Things like that? I've got one this weekend. A local... Oh, wait, crap! I literally just now realized that that's going to overlap with Sassy's birthday. I'm gonna have to make arrangements for that. I don't remember if it's Saturday or Sunday. Rather take a guess than hear the story. Valentine's Day, the day that all beds fear. Do any of you have creaky beds? I have a bed that has like a dresser underneath. So instead of having like a stand that the mattress would sit up on and then have a space under the bed to put things, the bed itself has built-in drawers. It's very convenient. But whole thing's made out of wood. And unfortunately, anytime that I move, it does make loud creaking sounds. I used to. Oh no. Manic, oh no, that's right. You're kind of living in a different room than your room right now, aren't you? For about a year, I had to live without a bed frame because we were redoing my bedroom. We live in an extremely noisy area, so we decided to make the commitment for my health to try and improve the quality of my room by adding extra drywall, which is a common soundproofing tactic. It's kind of like a quote-unquote poor man's soundproofing tactic. It's not really soundproofing, but it is making the walls thicker. And if you use a special soundproofing compound in between, it will help substantially to try and cut back on the noise penetration. But because it took so long, I ended up having to sleep on a folding mattress in in my studio back when I was working through Etsy, which had not been cleaned. There was literally enough room for that folding mattress and nothing else. It's a good mattress, though. Actually better quality than the current one I have. I've just had to take some painkillers before we started today because I may have slept on my neck weird. I don't know. Once you turn 30, that just sort of becomes a nightly occurrence. Sometimes you just wake up and your neck hurts. Hopefully that won't be too big of an issue throughout the day, though. To be frank, the couch is a creaky bitch, too. I know someone whose parents had a creaky bed. Oh, no! That poor soul. Oh, I'm very relieved that that's not something I had to grow up with. One of the few perks of being a child of divorce. Is this? Oh no, okay, this is apparently from a game called Omori, which I've heard that name before. I think people have suggested that I play that one. Do you guys know that game? I feel like that one's another one of those that has a cult following. Speaking of games, we're probably going to finish up with Poppy Playtime Chapter 3 this week. I think that we're in the final stretch, and the only thing that might be left is the catnap boss fight. And since we're not in Spooky Month anymore, I wanted to get an idea of what you guys would like to see next. Are we still feeling the spooky vibe? We want to keep going with that, or maybe switch off to some other things? I've been thinking about FNAF Security Breach a lot lately, and I've kind of been wanting to replay it, but I also don't know how interesting that is to other people at this point. I don't know if other people are as interested in that game as I am. I sort of have an Astral Spiff level fixation with it because of how busted it is. I love broken games. Being a child of divorced parents has a few benefits. Yeah, you get 2 Christmases. 2 birthdays. No creaky bed. Spooky vibes never end. This is true. Honestly, there's a lot of really good spooky games out there. And I did just try Phasmophobia for the first time ever. I don't think that was over the weekend, was it? Maybe it was. Might have been Friday. Oh, wow! Rosie! I love you too. It's Saturday? Yeah, Rosie was the one I played it with. It was kind of a rough introduction to it, because apparently there was a Blood Moon event going on, which I guess was just making the game even harder, but that's alright. We had fun. I'd like to try and set it up to play that in VR too. Eventually I'll be able to do that on stream with you guys. Is FNAF Security Breach the one with the sexy wolf in it? It depends on your definition of the sexy wolf. Because some would say that there are several throughout FNAF. I have my fingers crossed that Phasma is something that'll end up being easy to stream. I would love to see y'all in VR. Just what I was typing. Yeah, Phasmophobia has been really fun. It feels like it's going to be absolutely terrifying in VR compared to on PC. On PC, it can get a little goofy, but I imagine that the immersion of being in VR with like the hands that come up to grab you, just the thought of that spooks me. Totally not why I wanted you to play it specifically in VR. One of these days, you guys are going to get me to play something like legitimately terrifying in VR, and you'll be having a field day. I'll be having a panic attack. Made the ghost angry because we ate his nuggets. Oh, is the VR janky? Uh-oh. I think her name is Roxanne Wolf. Oh, yeah. Yes, Security Breach is the one with Roxy. Unfortunately, I feel like she doesn't really get enough showtime on it. We get a lot of Freddy and Gregory, because that's the main characters of the first part of the game. But we really don't get much for any of the other characters because the story had to be kind of so janked. Which is unfortunate because there's a lot more story to tell in Security Breach than there is in any other FNAF game. Even with our Ruin DLC, Ruin's supposed to be all about Roxy. But I didn't find that out until the end of the fucking game. Because it's kind of really bad at being about Roxy. It's such a shame because I always end up falling in love with like the worst games ever. I love Poppy, and Poppy, like Mob Entertainment, is a terrible company. They are fully money driven. They don't give a flying fuck about what they've created. They just want to plagiarize what they can to make the most profitable instant success formulaic game. But then they ended up with really good artists who really like put in a lot of hard work into their portion of it. So my heart goes out to the artists and what they've created, and I fucking love it. Same with FNAF Security Breach. Like, Steel Wool definitely poured in their heart and soul into that, but as soon as I found out that Scott didn't tell them what the plot of the game was supposed to be when he hired them to make the game, and explicitly kept it a secret from the company that should have been making the game for him in the first place, yeah, it's no wonder it was a failure. It's kind of wild. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody running anything like that. I should probably make it known that I am not a big fan of Scott as a person. I love terrible, strange games. Me too! The worse, the better. He didn't keep it a secret. As usual, there was no plot, and he expected someone to tell him what they thought it was after so that he could say, yup, that's it. Exactly, yes! Thank you, Mime. Fucking... I'm so salty about this man, because that's what he does with everything. He just waits for somebody else to give him what he wants, and then he takes credit for it. One of my favorite strange games is called Everything. Oh, why does that ring a bell? Is that the game where you play as a deer, but it doesn't walk normal? It kind of like rolls? But then you can like transfer your consciousness into other creatures and whatnot? There's also an officially endorsed FNAF Roblox game, which quickly removed because how shit it was, because Scott did not exactly, or did not, expect to release it yet. Is that the one that was the Dead by Daylight knockoff? Because that whole situation was wild. I remember hearing about that. Oh, that is the game that you were talking about. I need to go back and look at that one, because it's very interesting. Gameplay-wise, I don't know how to feel about it, because it's more of just sort of like an experience as opposed to a game, from my understanding. Which isn't a bad thing. But it is a nice experience. It's very cool. It's very ethereal. Very... what's the word that I want? Mind-opening? Makes you think. But yes, Manic, I'm pretty sure that that's what we're talking about is the same thing. And if I remember correctly, the designs for that game, first of all, it didn't make sense. The concept behind this Roblox game was essentially just Dead by Daylight, but FNAF. And it was, instead of serial killers and stuff, it's the animatronics. And instead of survivors, it's like Fazbear employees. And I guess the premise was that you were supposed to be an employee going around trying to fix things around Fazbear properties, which were just generators, because Dead by Daylight. And then the animatronics were mercilessly trying to brutally kill the humans by spring locking them. Which, like, I get it, but goddamn. Like, you're not even trying to make this a subtle, like, oh yeah, the animatronics get a little bit quirky at night. No, this is just straight up the animatronics flat fuck are murdering people. Full stop. I like showing it to my friends because of how strange it is, along with Ape War. I've never heard of Ape War. It was called FNAF Survival Crew, and yes, it was a Dead by Daylight clone. That's the thing, though. You can do a Dead by Daylight clone. You can do an asymmetrical horror without having it have to be exactly like Dead by Daylight. My top favorite asymmetrical PvP game is Project Playtime. Now, part of this is just the tism, because I like bright colors and things that I would like to put in my mouth. Which Poppy Playtime does a very good job at channeling that energy for almost everything that they do. But the premise behind that one is you are these like little toys that are going into the disheveled, broken down remnants of Playco factories, and you are trying to salvage parts for the people who had to leave the buildings because of the Hour of Joy and everything. And you're trying to get in and get out as fast as you can before one of the Poppy monsters kills you. And it's fun. Like, your generators, you don't just stand at them. They have these little stations that you have to play minigames at to try and unlock. You have to play 3 minigames per station. And it's little things like Simon Says, or like a claw machine, or like you have to roll a marble through a maze. But they're fun. I like doing the minigames a lot. I don't even really care if we get the piece for the toy to get to the train and leave. Like, I just have so much fun doing the minigames. And it's fun playing as the monster. Ape War is a Call of Duty, but with monkeys. Posted that god-awful Golden Freddy in the show dump. Uh-oh. I remember they looked bad. They looked like weirdly, I don't know, Gucci-fied. Oh god, he doesn't even have his texture. They had a lot of shirts and accessories and stuff for them that were very, like, I don't know, hype monster, what is the word? Hype beast? People who are really into, like, trendy stuff. Pissfreddy.exe. Okay, this is definitely Mario music. Mario, what are you doing here? Looks like this playlist just has some fun, goofy kind of random video game music, so we'll just keep letting it play. Hipsters? No, it's like the younger version of hipsters. Like the kids who are really into Mr. Beast. Those kind of people. There's another Dead by Daylight-esque game called Prop Night, which is like Dead by Daylight X Prop Hunt. Oh, that sounds fun. I could see that being a good premise. Nintendo's coming for us. Yeah, it's something I would like to do. And again, I gotta overhaul the Discord a little bit add in a couple channels and kind of redo how I have it set up. But I would like to be able to do like a community night. Maybe like the first Wednesday of every month or something like that, where approved people, not just randos, but approved people would be able to join and just do games on stream. We'll do a bunch of stuff like that. I have a weak spot for Beast vids. I've never watched any of Mr. Beast's stuff. I know there's a lot of controversy with it, but it's more so like there is a stereotype of younger generation right now who's like influencer obsessed, I guess, where like their whole personality is just being a fan and like being a merch person. I only watch Beast vids if they appear in my Facebook timeline. First community night, and I already set a building on fire. That checks out. That is actually expected of you at this point, Manic. The real question is, what would be a good game to play for the first community night? What's something that would be an unlimited amount of people, but also not overwhelming? I'd hate to just do a VR chat night or something, because much as I love VR chat, it can be one of those things that it's not... It's fun to do, it's not as fun to watch sometimes. It really just depends on who. Web fishing's a good idea, but again, that is another one that is more fun to play than it is to watch. I've noticed there's a lot of people playing web fishing on stream, but they also end up green screening it so that they can play something else behind the web fishing video because it's just not stimulating enough to maintain any kind of audience. Cards Against Humanity is a good idea. Actually, we'd have to vet that because there's definitely some Cards Against Humanity themes that are not stream appropriate. More so along the racy ones. Ironically, found and binged 4 years of his videos right before the controversy hit. Was kind of choked to see my favorite character disappear, but dang reality. Yeah, I think we've all ended up losing a favorite YouTuber here and there. I remember one of the ones that I was really into way back in the day was Cryotic. And boy, I was devastated when that shit came out. People are subway surfing, web fishing. Oh, no. Lethal Company is one that could potentially work. Everybody would have to have the same mod pack, though. What is Lethal Company? Oh, Lethal Company's great. It's a very easy to understand concept. You are a group of spacemen out in space. You have been hired by the company to go to other planets to salvage scrap from buildings that have been quote-unquote abandoned. Your goal is to meet your quota with all of the scrap that you salvage, and also not die. And there's a million different things on each planet that is trying to kill you. It's got a lot of good replayability. No game is ever the same. I've got a couple of clips somewhere throughout on my channel. A collectathon? Not quite. It's more so just do your best not to die. Monsters between me and my loot. Yes, 100%. The mods for it have been really good too. I actually like to play with one that Rosie found that is a Poppy Playtime add-on pack. And it adds additionally to the monsters that are already in the game. We found a way to get Boxy in there. Dog Day is one of the monsters that you can end up spawning. All of the smiling critters. Miss Delight is one that will show up, and she is horrifying. Actually, more than one Miss Delight can spawn at the same time, which is, that is the nightmare scenario. Let me actually go ahead and see if I can grab a link to that Thunderstorm mod, because that is a useful one to have around. If you're gonna take an interest in it and try to start playing, I can't recommend that one enough. I believe it is this one. I'll have to double check on that though. It also adds a bunch of Poppy Playtime scrap from the buildings that you can gather, which is super fun. We've been determined to try and collect all of the smiling critters, but we haven't managed to succeed yet. We're always one or two short by the time that we end up getting evicted from our ship. Usually more of a hazard to my coworkers than monsters. I try not to be. Rosie's hilarious to watch playing Lethal Company. I have never seen anyone like her. She has like a photographic memory sometimes when it comes to the random layouts that spawn. I have had to be rescued by her more than one occasion. But it's definitely a game that's worth its price. I think it's only $5 or $10. Speaking of Thunderstore, web fishing has a shit ton of species and cosmetic mods on there. Ooh! Friend no longer warns me of a landmine, as I usually step on them on purpose to get a multi-kill. We have a mod on ours that has the fart with reverb sound effect that plays anytime a mine goes off, which just makes it 10 times funnier to hear in the distance. We also have one called a Boomba, which adds a new monster to the game that is just a portable mine. It is a mine that moves around the map like a Roomba, and it will seek you out and ride right up to you and try to get under your feet while you're wandering around. But it did actually end up breaking with the last update from Lethal Company, so now it doesn't explode anymore. It's like a 1% chance of it exploding on you. So it'll just come up to you and like a little puppy follow you around. But you have to be careful because you want to be nice to it now, because it's just hanging out. But every once in a while, you might still take a wrong step. So it's like the slime, but explosive and faster. I remember seeing a blank mod thing. Is that real? A what? You might need to DM me for... Oh. I don't know if there's a real Goku mod or not. It filtered Goku? Twitch said no Dragon Ball Z. Forbidden. It's the forbidden anime. It's one that I've never watched, but I've always kind of thought about watching. I like certain designs. Like, I love Frieza. But I also kind of feel like Dragon Ball tends to, like, go on for a while. Doesn't one fight take, like, a whole season? It replaces the Bracken with Goku. That would be scary. We've got our Bracken replaced with Freddy right now from FNAF. It actually, we've had it for so long that I always forget what the Bracken actually looks like, so when I see fan art of it floating around, I always forget, like, Oh yeah, it's a big, like, plant monster thing. Not Freddy Fazbear. One of these days I'm going to learn how to do modding myself. I've got some models that I've made that I would love to be able to toss in and replace other models with. Actually, when I get around to it, I would love to make a mod for Poppy Playtime that would replace all of the characters with my own models. I don't have one for Huggy yet, or Mommy, but I do have a Dog Day. And a player. I'll get around to the others eventually. You found a screenshot? Oh god. I grew up with it, and Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z are both amazing, but GT kind of sucked and I fell off after that. Oh no. It's one of those where I don't know where to start. Because it's gone on for so long. It's kind of like One Piece, where I just don't know where the best place to begin would be, because it's just been around for so long. Bracken always kills me before I can view it. Yeah, Bracken's pretty fond of neck snapping. Manic mod that has a chance to either punch you into the sun, set you on fire, or explode on contact. Manic, I feel like you're kind of the One Punch Man of your universe. I would skip Dragon Ball and start with Z, but a superfan would know better. So what is the difference between regular Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z? Is one like a continuation of another, or is it a reboot of the first one? Dragon Ball is when Goku was a child. I don't know if I ever noticed the difference, because doesn't he have a kid? It starts with him introducing his own child. Okay. So I must have watched a little bit of Dragon Ball Z then when I was a kid, because I don't remember I don't remember Goku being a kid. Which one had... Oh, no, you're right. I remember one kid had a monkey tail. And that was like a big issue amongst the universe. Like, people wanted him to cut it off or something. That's Goku. Hi, Victor. It's good to see you. I hope you've been doing good. Hope you got some sleep after last night. Kid with a monkey tail is bad news. Why? Why is the kid bad to have a monkey tail? Wait, isn't Gohan his kid? Hold on. You gotta explain this. Full moons bring giant weremonkey. What the fuck? I thought Dragon Ball was about big muscly dudes punching each other. When did they introduce weremonkeys? It's a Saiyan thing. I tried but woke up at 9 a.m. No. I will try to will some of my sleep into you, Victor. That's always been a thing in Dragon Ball. Well, I know, they're introducing me to it now. The moment we started talking about Dragon Ball, Twitter recommended me a fan cam of fucking Yamcha. What's Yamcha? That's not the big purple cat, is it? I know Beerus. No, the big one's Champa. I had a friend who cosplayed him. Beerus and the other guy, they don't show up for a long time from Dragon Ball Z, right? Yamcha is Bulma's reject first boyfriend who can never catch a break. Everyone tells me that because Shadow is my favorite Sonic character, what's his name's gonna be my favorite Dragon Ball character? Vegeta. I don't know though. The whole angsty broody boy thing only seems to work for Shadow. He is the only one that I ever really like attached to because of that. As soon as they have an angsty human boy, I just kind of sit there like, you're too much homework. Vegeta is so mine so I can see it. He grows on you a lot. I hated him at first. Okay, that's promising. They're not human? Wait, so do they just look like that because they're not human? Oh my god, I have been under a rock with the Dragon Ball Z lore. I've heard there's a character called Frieza, so there's... Is there a deadly kitchen appliance? They look like humans with monkey tails. So they're all called Saiyans? Are there girl Saiyans too? I don't think I've ever seen a girl Saiyan. Or did they just not go Super Saiyan? Only Goku and Vegeta and their offspring. So they're a dying race? Their planet kind of exploded Superman style. So they're, yeah, they are a dying race then. Oh man. The lore. Wait, so then who did Goku have a kid with? Can Saiyans have kids with other races and it always comes out Saiyan? Like the blue people in Mass Effect? Asari, was that their species name? They can have babies with human and become half Saiyan. Does that mean that they're less powerful? Or can their fight will overcome their human half? We're in too deep. Gohan is beast. They're more powerful? What the fuck? But humans are worthless. No, don't apologize. This is, I need to know. Now I'm captivated. I had no idea that there were like different races and stuff on this level. I thought Goku was just human this whole time. I thought he was just a really buff guy. So what's Piccolo then? Why is he a green alien? Namekian from the planet Namek. Highlighted in season 2 of Dragon Ball Z. He's not the only one, right? For some reason, something's telling me in my head that not Frieza, sorry, I just read what you wrote there. That Piccolo was like the last of the Piccolo. Which is not his species, I've just learned. There are more. Who's the last of their kind? Somebody was. Was it Frieza? I liked Frieza because he was like a short Mewtwo. I also liked that he was kind of like gender nonconforming. It was one of my many like alerts in child brain of like, huh, I relate to this. Leo knows more about Dragon Ball than me. Why am I explaining this? I'll have to ask him next time he's around. The Saiyans are Goku and Vegeta and a couple others, but pretty much just those two. Namekian made the Dragon Balls, the Wish Dragon. They made it? What's the dragon's name again? Oh crap, I know this. Shenron? I almost said Shengang Wu. Which is from Shaolin Showdown. That's not the same thing. Do y'all remember that show? Hold on, I gotta derail this real quick. Do you guys remember Shaolin Showdown? And if you do, what was your opinion of it? Because I feel like I have to ask that before I give mine. I want to say that that show probably, the original, because I know it's had a reboot not too terribly long ago, but the original show probably hasn't aged well. It wasn't a show that you got into. I want to say that general public opinion is probably going to be a little conflicted over it because there are definitely some jokes and some things that I don't think fit the current climate anymore. They were a bit, I guess, insensitive, but given the time frame that it was made, it was fairly average. There were some jokes in that show that were, to this day, will still make me bust a gut. Love Jack Spicer, though. I always asked pronouns. Jack Spicer was the GOAT. We love a character who is just evil for the sake of being evil. He had no motive. He just wanted to be included and wanted to be an evil character. That was it. That's the whole reason he was there. I rewatch 90s shows all the time. It's entertaining to see the joke difference and what still kind of makes me giggle even while gasping. It's more, you know, when I think back about it, I feel like it's more there were a couple of sexism type jokes that I feel probably didn't age well. Like, I know there was only one female character predominantly in the cast, and that was Kimiko. We had Wuya for a while, but the 2000s asking pronouns was unheard of. True. Very true. But that's kind of where I feel like it starts to balance out some. Because the female characters that did exist in the show were never, like, seen as less because they were women. That was the joke, though. Omi was very sexist towards Kimiko in the beginning because she was a girl and he believed that girls were lesser, but she beat the fuck out of him and taught him better. And he since learned, which I guess is a good lesson to have. I mean, maybe it does age well. I'll have to go back and check. One thing I'd like to start doing is like a monthly movie night with y'all. I'll get around to it at some point once I figure out the rest of the Discord and everything, but I would like to do that and set that up as something for people to join in on. Either doing movies or doing TV shows that we all just kind of remember, want to recollect. Effing love movies. Been informed that there is a British dub of... Oh. Manic. I'm so white and you're gonna make me say that. Yurusei Yatsura? What is that? Also, hi, Fo. Not bad. I was close. I always feel silly trying to say it like how I hear it too, because I don't want people to think that I'm trying to do a fake, like an insulting Japanese accent. But I was told that when you are doing, like when you're speaking Japanese as an English speaker, like an English native speaker, if you do know the language and you start speaking it, I was told that it actually helps make you be understood better if you try to use a bad Japanese accent. Like, not obviously try to do it badly, but like if you're doing like the samurai accent, that helps your pronunciation with it. So, but I don't know. I don't speak the language, and I always feel bad trying to be like, what is it? Trying to remember any Japanese phrases that I know. Like if I were to say, what is it? Watashi wa Moss would be like, my name is Moss. That's very American. There's a lot of nasal going on with that. Watashi wa. But then if you say it more like an anime character, I'd be like, watashi wa, or whatever. I don't know. I can't do it. I'm too fucking white for this. It's specifically milk tea that I was told is one that if you say it with like a bad Japanese accent, it's more understood. So instead of saying milk tea, you would say like milaku tea. But I don't know. I would like to get someone who actually speaks both languages to confirm that. We got about 5 minutes before our ad read, and we'll be switching over to Sai at that point, so we can get to work on some of these emotes. I'm very excited for these today. Accentuate those U's. Yeah! But then I don't know, like, I don't... Am I doing the U's in an offensive way? I don't ever want to be offensive to people. I just need someone to correct me, please. I'm not trying to burden you with educating me, but I'm also dumb, and I genuinely don't have a frame of reference to understand. I try my best. That's all I can do. I'm gonna go ahead and close the blinds because it is dark out now. It keeps throwing me off that we had daylight savings, but I keep getting reminded that we had daylight savings because daylight savings doesn't affect your pets. They still want to keep to the schedule that they are familiar with. So it has been confusing me why Bronx has been so desperately wanting to go to the bathroom an hour early. And I realized, no, it's not an hour early. This is her usual time. I don't think it's supposed to be like an actual U so much as that's the sound that comes out when they hit a particular hard sound. Yes! And that's what I mean, why, like, I don't want this to be insulting, because I know that that is part of the accent because their language is spoken much differently than ours. I think it's ours that they don't have, like, that's not a common sound in Japanese dialect. So that's why ours tend to be a more difficult sound for when learning English. But then for us, in learning Japanese, we tend to replace the L sound with an R sound for some reason. Animals don't follow our strange human behaviors. Very true. Although I don't know, sometimes animals are uncanny human. The shoebill bird is one of my favorite examples of... What's a good word for this? I guess a parenting what not to do. Oh! Hello, Snake. Good to see you. There is cause for celebration today, actually, because yesterday was Foe's birthday. Happy late birthday, Foe! Even though I was there for your birthday. Everybody else can wish a happy late birthday. And I hope you guys are going to stick around for Thursday, because Thursday we're going to be celebrating Spooka. That is her actual birthday. I will have to stream, but she's more than welcome to join me if she doesn't have other things going on. And we will be making the whole day all about her, despite having to work in Blender. Alright, well, our ads are going to start in about a minute, and when they do, I will go ahead and transition over to Sai, and we'll get to work on some of these drawings. I actually got to see Vic earlier before my stream started today. Oh, that's right, we were talking about shoebills. Shoebills are kind of crazy, because when they have babies, the babies will fight, and, like, if they have more than one, they'll fight each other, so that the stronger baby will live, and the parents do nothing. They literally will stand there and watch it happen and just be like, yep. I only want the strong baby. Fuck the weak one. Whoever wins gets dinner. Shoebills are vicious. The handsome frag. Thank you. Alright. Looks like our ads are going to go ahead and set up. In the meantime, I am going to set up as well. Oh, I'm a little too big. There we are. My avatar keeps getting wiggled around somehow every time I open up the fold or the PNG tuber. It's like when the storks drop their chicks out of the nest if they think it's too weak. Yeah! Man, birds are insane. I'm allowed to say that because I am one. Let's get our little dinosaurs organized as well. Whoop. There you are, Snake. And I see that we have a little eggy. Get out of here, Popple. Hello, Brad. I'm gonna trap you up here with Snake and any other eggies that happen to join us. And there go our ads. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I had the flyer for the Twitch post earlier today. Or not Twitch, Blue Sky and Twitter. But this is our actual file that we're working with today. I got a couple of good suggestions. I was able to stop in and hang out with Vic for a little bit earlier. Actually, let me give a little shout out to them because they are still streaming right now. There we are. So definitely go take a look at them. Say hi. Vic does some really awesome art right now. They are working on some hedgehog art. Ironically, not Sonic, not Mobian. Actual hedgehog. We might get a little hello from them later once they finish up with their stream, but if not, it's always nice when I get a chance to stop by and see them. I had asked if they had any recommendations for expressions to do today. Turns out Vic's actually not a big fan of the Amazing Digital Circus, which is totally fine, totally valid. It's not everybody's cup of tea. But they did suggest a couple different faces, one of which was dismissive. We had giving the middle finger. We had kind of like a meh, dismissive sort of bored face. Have you seen Transformers 1? I kept putting it off because the ads made it look like crap, but it's actually great. Yes, actually, that was the birthday movie that we watched with Jesse last week. And I was very shocked by it. Having been a long-term Transformers fan, I wanted to go into it open-minded because it did seem like they were trying to kind of rewrite the classic story of the pre-war relationship between Optimus and Megatron. And they did very much overhaul it. They took a lot of artistic liberty. The only complaint that I have really is I feel like they sort of swapped Optimus and Megatron's personalities. And I don't really get Megatron's motive. I do and I don't. Oh, hold on a minute. My avatar has been moved. Let me fix that. I must have scooted myself over some at some point. There we go. Now you guys are actually walking on the tablet. But yeah. I remember back in the day when I read the comics, they did have the origin story in the comics, kind of. I don't know if it was ever directly highlighted as its own individual story, but it was heavily touched on throughout the comics. Is that the PVZ Zen Garden theme? Good question. The thing is not reading it correctly. Let's fix that. Is it this song currently playing or the one prior? Also, hello, Chauncey. Yes, that song is Zen Garden from Plants vs. Zombies. Megatron is basically a salty fanboy. Yeah, so original Megatron was a miner. And he worked pretty mercilessly, but he wanted to be a poet. And the original story was kind of like in Transformers society, if you are born as a certain thing, that is what you do in life. You do not get to choose. So if you are born a construction vehicle, you do construction, whether you want to or not. That is your role in life. That is your assigned role from the gods, and you don't get to change that. And that's where the whole war started out from, because Megatron wanted to be a poet, and he ended up being a miner. And because he was being a little bit too vocal about things, about wanting to be something different, Autobot Society was like, hey, we need this guy to shut up, because people are starting to listen. And so they attempted to silence him, and it did not work, and that kind of created the uproar with the war. Adding in the primes was a very interesting way to go about it. I did like that. But I also didn't really like how Megatron was written, I guess, because he is a victim. He is a victim of a very broken system. And in Transformers 1, they had him kind of like, you know, he's the rule follower. Optimus is the rebel. Optimus is the Orion. Orion's the one going around pushing him, saying, hey, let's break these rules. Hey, let's change the system. Hey, let's do this. Meanwhile, Megatron's over here just like, I just kind of want to do my job, actually. I don't want to break the rules. I'm just here, and I'm content with this. If you want to do that, that's fine. Like, we're friends, but please don't ruin my job for your wild ideas of what you want to happen in the world. And then he finds out the truth about things, and he's very upset about that. Validly so. But he goes like full on ape shit of I'm gonna take over the entire world now and my rebel cause. And I'm just sitting here like, what happened? Because you were not the fighting spirit before. You were the one who was just kind of fine to do your job and everything. Now all of a sudden you've got this like unwavering broken spirit because everything's been taken from you, question mark? You could just go back to the mines. Like, I know that you've been lied to and whatnot, but it's kind of a wild turn for you to have become so aggro when it didn't seem like you were written to be that way until now. My main complaint is that Bumblebee is really annoying. I also think that they got lazy with models because I swear I saw Thundercracker 3 times in the background. All right, I do. That may have been a shout out on purpose. Oh crap, my avatar is frozen already. Let's fix that. There we are. Bumblebee was kind of a little bit more annoying than I feel like he needed to be. He was very funny at times, though, so I kind of kept falling back and forth between this character's really annoying and, oh, but he's funny, though. I couldn't quite decide, but if that's the case, then I feel like it does end up leaning more towards annoying. When it comes to duplicates in the background, that's been something that they've done all throughout Transformers history. Originally by mistake, but now I think they're doing it as a running gag just to acknowledge that that's been a trend throughout the series for so long. If you've seen the original G1 movie, there's actually a really funny part where a bunch of characters die in the beginning, and then later on are at a celebration in, like, the crowd celebrating Starscream's coronation. It's like, you guys literally died, like, a couple of hours ago. Why are you here? Don't get me wrong, I love the Seekers, but 3 Thundercrackers? Yeah. I know we had seen... Now, it's hard to tell with the Seekers, because a lot of them do end up looking a lot alike. Go ahead and... We're gonna get rid of quintuple neck jacks for now. We might bring that back, but would like to try and doodle some here while I'm chit-chatting. Big trouble is really just trying to set up the tablet in a position that's comfortable. Okay. Also, I didn't acknowledge it, but Chauncey, I'm glad that you're home. Sorry that took me a minute to get back to. I got distracted by robot speak. Also, I believe we might have a cherry with us. I spy a special little red Carnotaurus down there that I think might be his. Oh, and let me turn on the reference pictures that we had as well. I have not done any warm-ups today. I haven't done any kind of doodles. So my hands might be a bit rusty. We will see. Hi, Cherry. I've been seeing your jester that you've been working on. That shit looks fucking great, man. I'm so excited to see the final version. I did enjoy seeing the cone heads, though. Yeah, I was surprised to see them. I feel like we haven't seen the cone heads in forever. Not gonna lie, they're goofy looking, but I love that about them. Unsure of who I want to draw today. Oh, I forgot to take a look at that new character you'd been talking about, Fo. I apologize for that. I'll take a look after stream. Didn't bother to color her out of no motivation yet. Aw, mood. It's tough trying to find motivation for drawing. If you're not already in a mood for it, oof. You just kind of do some quick scribbles to loosen my hand up a little bit, get an idea of what I'm doing. Gotta wake it up. I always feel weird trying to do any kind of warm-up scribbles with you guys, because I never see other streamers have to do that. I don't know if it's just because I'm old. I got broken-ass wrists and carpal tunnel. I've been drawing for 30-some years or whatever, and still have to wake up my muscle memory. If you don't do warm-ups, though, I do recommend it. I know it looks like just a bunch of scribbles and gobbledygook, but it does very much help get your hand prepped for doing actual sketching. At least for me. Some people don't need to. Okay. Got a lot of good faces to pick for this one. I tried to compile some ideas beforehand. Hi, Mew. How are you today? Work passed pretty fast? Good. And you're having an ice cream sundae. That sounds like a good fucking day. Oh my god, the fucking Minecraft music just came on. Mint chocolate chip and chocolate sauce with almonds. Oh, fuck, that sounds good. I haven't had mint ice cream in so long, but someone had said something about it like 2 days ago, and it's been on my mind nonstop ever since. In love with the ha emote. Jax is a fun character because you can really push his evilness. It's going to take me a little bit to get back into how I draw his, like, face shape, though, because he's one of those characters that I like to break the mold of just, like, the circle. So, like, here, having his mouth kind of come out a little bit. He's a little bit more Ed, and Eddie-esque for me. Oh! Good jump, Cherry. The only hard part with Jax and doing emotes is trying to fit all of him in here because his head is so small when you try to include his shoulders or his ears, and I don't like cutting stuff off. Back from meeting and it was nuts. Ended up face to face with a texture model of my supervisor. Uh-oh. Who's been inserted in our movie as police chief, apparently. I'm all kinds of envious right now, but it's also awesome. That's really cool. Do you do 3D modeling and stuff for a living? Like, what? I'm a little unclear on if you're allowed to share what it is that you do. I would love to know.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch. Hi, Todd. And you brought the hot milk. I work alongside the modelers, but I work in assistant final. Oh, and we're in the pit. I'll get back to you in a second. Beware the monster. Yeah, it turns out the pit might have some vague connection to the back rooms. I'm still kind of piecing that one together. I vet the assists coming from modeling and make sure that they have what we need to get hair and clothing situations. That's really fucking cool. Man, I bet I could learn a thing or two from you. I know a lot about modeling stuff, but I'm animation based myself. See, that's great because I don't know anything about animation. I can learn from you. I need to get on VR chat so that you can see my grinner. I do! I wanted to see yesterday, but I was busy with a birthday party. He looks so fucking scary without ears. Yeah, without ears, he's just like a kind of a fucked up lollipop. Man, he's so skinny. There's got to be a way I can like cram this sort of shrug in here. I want him to have that sort of like, did I do that? Maybe we'll do like the cheeky finger up to the cheek instead. I like this song. This song's kind of jazzy. Imagine your ball pit animation has a 5% chance to change your background to the backrooms theme after the balls disappear. Oh my fucking god, that would be funny. Fucking, ugh, these allergies. We'll totally trade you animation tips for all the Blender and other tips I'm getting from you. New work goals. Get infamous enough to get inserted into an upcoming project. Fuck yeah. You got this, mime. Still laughing at all the people that were shocked that Jax is an actual asshole. We've been too desensitized to asshole characters. We need to embrace them. I can give him like a little halo or something. Hard part's just trying to keep those fucking ears in the frame. Maybe if I lean his body a little more forward instead of... If the character is going to be a piece of shit, make him a piece of shit. Fully expecting a similar realization for people in Has-Been. Yeah. I don't know. With Alistair, it's kind of hard to tell. Because, like, I can't tell if he wants to be an actual villain or not. He's been very good at hiding his actual purposes. I expect that there could be a flip very easily. Whether or not he's going to pursue that route, I'm still unclear on. I'm so nervous about Has-Been. Poor Viv. I'm really hoping that not much damage from the leaks. Talk about people that deserve a spot in their own personal ring. I'm more worried about people that like the V's. Yeah, people have really babied them. Thought it was weird that Alistair became all sweet to Charlie. I think that was manipulation, to be honest. I think he was just doing that, A, to fuck with Lucy, and B, because I think he needs Charlie for something. For what, I'm unsure of. Oh, I look away for a second, you guys have written a wall. Or whatever his master's telling him. I think that he's starting to get a little attached, but I don't think that he's just there out of the kindness of his heart. I mean, yeah, but near the end, he changed around. Near the final fight, he seems to have warmed up to them, and by the end, he had a breakdown over not being too close to anyone and stuff. Definitely believe he's using Charlie for some personal gain. I think it's implied that he does actually kind of care about them, which is weird to me. He's still definitely using people, yeah. His breakdown is over the fact that he realized he almost got himself killed because he was starting to get attached, and it spooked him. Yeah, that's what I got out of that. Yeah, which means he did in fact feel attached to them, which, like, to be fair, he's still a character being written, so... But it felt like awkward character writing to me. I think when you kind of look at who he's attached to, it makes a little more sense. Because he does have a weakness for female characters. He doesn't give a flying fuck about male characters. But the ones that he is getting attached to are specifically Charlie. I think it's more so he is kind of vaguely attached to Charlie, or not even her so much as like what it is that she is doing. But I think he's more so attached to just kind of this sort of sense of belonging. That moment he had with Nifty was more so of just like that's the attachment he has. He has an attachment with Nifty that's positive. And I think he's starting to acquire that elsewhere throughout the hotel. More so with Charlie, but not really anyone directly, just this presence of not necessarily being exiled, not necessarily being welcomed either, but just he's here. This has kind of become a home. Still on the fence whether I think he's there of his own free will or is being forced. Me too. I think that I think he's being told to be here for some reason. Don't think him getting attached is poor character writing. He wants to be up. He wants to put up a front that he's independent. think he's using the fuck out of them. I don't know. I like him. I think that he's a well-written, complex character. I think that his story is something that we're not going to be able to judge until we get, like, the full unveiling of it. Oh, crap. He's only got 3 fingers. You would think that would make shit easier. The only reason I'm on the fence about him being forced to stay there is that it feels like he's allowed to get away with a lot more than he should if he's being forced to stay there. I don't think it's so much that he's being forced to stay there, so much as he's being forced to cause disruption between heaven and hell. I think he is being used as a means of luring somebody out of heaven. It's my favorite since the pilot, but waiting patiently to learn more about him in hopes that he's twisted as hell. Whoever's forcing him to stay didn't put in many good rules. I'd like him to be a ruthless, heartless villain, but end up not being the big bad only because there's worse. Like his boss. I like that idea. Let's pull this hand off and see if we can work with this shrug again. Something's not working here. I'm excited to learn more about Heaven overall. Me too. I think he's there strictly for Charlie because of her position. I think whoever's got him doing stuff, which, like you just said, could be Rue, if Rue is still a character that we are going to be having. I think that there is something happening with Eve and Lilith. I think he is involved with one of them, and one of them is the one controlling him. And I think that's why he's gotten so involved with Charlie. Because I think that he made that deal with her specifically to try and get out of whatever it is that he is stuck in with this person who owns him right now. I think that it's something to do with her and Lucifer, and while, like, she's up in heaven right now, maybe he's trying to get close to Charlie to gain power over her to use her to stop Lucifer or Lilith or Eve, whatever we know about her, from having control over him anymore. I don't think he's going to be completely irredeemable. Maybe it's me leaning on a bit too much of an old backstory, but I think he's going to be an example of people who are a victim of circumstance. He did some shitty things, but it's because a lot of shitty things happened to him. That would make more sense to me given what I know about his backstory and about what has been said about him as a character, because it seems like he has been deliberately written as an anti-hero. Like that's the word that got thrown around a lot with his early development. I'd love to see him redeemed, but don't want that to be easy. I want him to be twisted and evil and be a hard turn that really makes Charlie earn her throne. I would like that. Yeah, because I feel like Charlie hasn't really been able to have her true colors show either yet. I think, not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure, again, I have not watched any of the leaks, and I have no desire to, so if you have seen them, don't correct me. But I'm thinking that Adam is gonna come back as a sinner, and that she is going to be stuck with him, and that might end up being one of her... You know what? You're right. Not everybody can be saved. Some people are just assholes. Yeah, I don't want Adam to be redeemed. I don't want him to get back into heaven. I think that he's just a douchebag, and I think that he deserves to stay in hell, because he'd be fucking happy there. Didn't Viv say Adam wasn't coming back? I don't know. I haven't really kept up with it. I won't be surprised if he doesn't come back, because that is really, like, kind of redundant, but I think it's funny too, so I'd be happy either way. It's one of those, like, it's not the best writing, but it's funny, so I can forgive it. These are really bad hands, but I'll fix them up later. I'm not loving this. I like his face, but I don't like the hands. I've seen a few good fan versions of Sinner Adam. There's so many more characters. He was great, but we got him in season 1 whenever we want. More of Penchus. Yeah, we're definitely going to get more Penchus. Like, now we have to know what the fuck is going on with him up in heaven. Especially because he is going to definitely have a mega mind moment of, like, he's just not used to positive engagement. And they're not going to know what the fuck to do with him. Also expect a fucking explanation for what the fuck angelic steel does. Yeah, I feel like that one's one that they aren't going to be able to go very deep into, because it's kind of... I think they had a really big plot point planned for that had to get scrapped due to the time crunch, and now just they don't really have time to be like, yeah, this would have made sense if we'd been able to do this, but we didn't. Sorry. He's pretty sure Viv confirmed that Adam is dead. Wouldn't be surprised to get an Eden flashback through him, though. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Especially because we really haven't seen anything to do with Eve. I want to know when the fuck her and Lucy banged. I'm not over that. Hi, Satan. How are you today? Satan, I feel like you have already presented me with a hex of your own doing, because I am struggling to draw hands today. Maybe instead of doing like the cheeky finger point, we'll do like the like haha laughter kind of face, like, oh, I'm hiding my face. Innocent still. But then what do we do with this negative space? Need an answer on how he nabbed both wives. What would Lilith think about that unless it was a 3-day or a 3-way? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he's very clearly still happily married to her. He still wears the ring. Lucy, please. We need an explanation. If I can't draw hands, no one can. He's just a silly little guy. Still don't like how that hand looks either, but... I'd like to know how old Charlie really is. Is the 7 or 9 years that Lilith has been gone actually formative or like the blink of an eye? Yeah, I would like to know, like, how... First of all, who fucking raised Charlie? Because she got taken away from Lucifer at a pretty young age from the looks of it, but... I don't know if that was just for, like, quick time-lapsing or what. I don't know if happily would be the right word for his marriage. True! Something seems strange, judging by his depression and seclusion. Again, I'm on that Lilith isn't Lilith conspiracy. Same as Lilith and him in the flashbacks, so I think that he was there ish anyway. Or yeah, quote-unquote Lilith is the case. Yeah, I think there's some, like, doppelganger stuff going on. Because in some of the pictures, they seem genuinely happy. Like the ones of him and wife and Charlie. But the real question is that even real wife? Maybe we can have him doing, like, the raptor hand. No. I might need to come back to this one. It's a good face. It's a good base. But I'm getting stumped, and if I stay stumped for too long, that'll become the whole stream. They make a point to hide her face and more than anything. Yeah? The fact that they keep hiding her face is definitely sketch. Try and focus more on just, like, his head. Not do so much of the body. stumped is me with my OC's eyes, differently not redrawing them for the third time. Man, there's nothing worse than being stuck on an art piece like that. I do hope that we get more of Rosie. It's such a shame that we didn't get her till towards the end. Very few characters in this show that I don't like, which is one of the reasons I love Bibsy. Even Vaggie grew on me, and I hated her in the pilot. Generally tend to hate protagonists, but Charlie is like, my type of lead gal. Charlie's too likable to dislike. Like, she's just doing her best. The people who do dislike her, I've found, are not going to be a very nice thing to say, but the people who don't like Charlie, I've found, are quite pessimistic people to begin with. And their number one annoyance with her is always that, she tries to see the best in people. Like, damn, I'm sorry that you hate positivity. Can't wait to see her darker side more because it's there. Love that she's so sheltered and optimistic and actually is to a fault. Want to see her lose her shit more. Man, you guys just want to break this poor woman. I believe in you, Frag. You can hand today if you try. I'm trying! Sometimes when nature says that something's not going to work, it is better to embrace it. If hands are going to be an issue today, I might have to just say no to hands. I don't even know what this hand is doing. Sometimes the sketch will be super shitty, but then you can line it and just make it better. Yeah. Oh, I know references help, but unfortunately I haven't been able to find a reference of exactly what it is that I'm trying to do. And the problem is that I don't know exactly what face I'm trying to do. Like, I like this one, but I'm not really able to find many references of, like, the mischievous sort of tee-hee, I'm up to something, but I'm also innocent kind of face. Ooh. Hit my desk with my knee. You doing the girly pop nail thing? Yeah, kind of. It seems like it. I like to try and include at least one hand with Jax because, again, there's just so little that's actually the face. And when so much is being cut off from the emote, I want there to be some form of substance. Is he doing the pinch? No. It's more so like you stand in there kind of like shoulders kind of one arm crossed, and then this one's like doing the like gay thing where you're just like being judgmental. There's potential. Things are happening. I always forget how many emote packs and stuff that people make, just emotes in general, or just anime. Which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just as a Western artist, it's extremely hard for me to reference anime in any form because, like, my brain doesn't envision anime art the same way it envisions other art. Anime is a very specific form of art, and I've just never really been able to wrap my brain around it. I think I'm gonna go take a little nap. All right. Enjoy your nap, Chauncey. We've got about 2 minutes before the next ad break. I apologize that I've drawn very little. Some days just do be like that. We'll get there, though. A what?
Keyser Rex Brian can now hatch from their egg.
Hello! Thank you for the follow. It is nice to see you. You are here just in time for the ad break. That's happening in about a minute and a half here. But yes, welcome to the nest. You can now hatch from your little egg. Are you familiar with stream avatars? Guess I could always give him, like, fucking middle finger for this one. Oop. Oh?
Buakas can now hatch from their egg.
Well, hello! Thank you as well for joining. You too can hatch from your egg, and I will be happy to walk you through how to do that if you're not sure how after the ads. They start in 1 minute. Ads run for 3 minutes every hour. And so we can kind of get them all out of the way all at once. Could definitely make him look a little more pissed off for this one if that's what I'm going to go with, but not going to lie. I'm leaning this direction. These are all good concepts for now. I do apologize. I'm going to be jumping around with all of these because I can't settle for just a handful. I have to go through like a million thumbnails before I settle on anything. Does Jax ever get like fed up with stuff? I kind of feel like he does. There's one specific Huggy Wuggy icon or emote that I use from the official Poppy Playtime server that I really like. I might try and recreate that one if that's the case. I feel like I could maybe pull it off with him. Oh no! Vic!
Vic Creates has raided the channel with 9 eggs.
Vic! How could you do this during the ads? Oh no! The ads literally just started! Welcome! I'm so sorry! Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. How did your stream go, Vic? Did you finish your hedgie? I don't know if you can even hear me. Oh gosh, I don't know who can see and who can't. Here, let me write a message in chat. I'll do a formal intro once I know that you guys can hear me. Turkey gravy ad. I got the color done, just need to do cleanup on the outfit. Oh, shoot! I'm sorry I didn't get to see it towards the end there. I can't wait to see. Are you going to post it somewhere when you're done? Do I follow you elsewhere? I should. Uh-oh. Oh no. Were you trying to post a link? Definitely post it when it's finished. Okay, good. Let me, do you use Blue Sky or Twitter? Ooh, I got you on Blue Sky. Actually, here's your card. Would you be comfortable with me linking your card? Because I would definitely like people to be able to find you and figure out where they can follow you places. Hell yeah. There we are. So that is Vic's card. That's going to have links to all of their sources where you can find their posts for art and other such things, all their socials and whatnot. I cannot recommend enough to go check them out. Today they were working on a really cool looking hedgehog piece, not Sonic, like an actual hedgehog. What the frag? Frag, help, I'm stuck not knowing what to Google to try and figure out how to ball pit my floor. Oh no! Okay, I'll get to that in just a second, Spook. Everybody, the ads are over now. So hello to those of you who are new here. I am a variety streamer. I do art. I do predominantly traditional,
Wolf designer 10 can
traditional,
now hatch
2D
from their egg.
doodles and whatnot. Right now I'm working on an emote pack for amazing digital circus characters, but I've been stumped for the last hour on what faces I wanted to do because my hands are not cooperating after a weekend of not being in practice. But I also do games on Wednesdays and I do 3D modeling on Thursdays. And it's nice to have you guys here. Welcome to the ball pit. There were so many Sonic comments during stream. I'm sure you can't draw a hedgehog and not expect those comments. Why not an eye roll for Jax? That's a good idea. We've had a lot of really good suggestions. I've just been like really, really out of it today. Like my hands are not doing what I want them to do. And by that, I mean both my hands drawing right now and the hands that I am drawing. All three of these hands happened today and I'm not pleased with any of them. So we're just going to have to bear with me today as I very slowly chip away at an amalgamation of drawings. You should see how many reject faces there were for Pomni. Oop. Throw my pen across the floor. Actually, here, let me go ahead and open up the ones for Pomni so you guys can see where those left off. These are the ones that we ended up settling on for her. I still have to go in and test them to make sure that they'll all work in the Discord format, just at the size that they're at. I try and make sure I do little adjustments and tweaks to make sure everything is clear and legible. Honestly, I should look at these side by side so that I can kind of compare and see where they would work good to like sit next to each other. I have a feeling that the Pomni emotes and the Jax emotes will be used competitively against one another. They're so cute. Thank you. Love. Love, love, love. I probably should have done what I did with Pomni and just start on a blank canvas. Just kind of doing some random doodle faces. Jax is one that I feel like it's mostly a stick figure, so it wouldn't be too hard. Oh, that's right. I was going to try and do the like concerned hands together face. Although that one might be better for Ragatha. Uh-oh. Oh no, wolf! Hold on, that's definitely gotta be some kind of Twitch oversight here. Let me open up mod view. That happens from time to time with stream elements. Sometimes it'll flag things that it's not supposed to. It... Yes, it was the glitchy text, but I like the idea better that it just decided that it didn't like you making fun of Kinger's dead wife. Sorry about that. You should be able to freely speak now. How's your wife, Kinger? All right. Possessed Pomni would be a very fun one. I wanted to try and do just a base pack first because I'm not actually very familiar with drawing these characters yet. But once I am more like in the head, like the mindset of their designs and more familiar with their quirks, because this face in particular is bothering me a lot. There's something about it that it's broken the character model out of its normal range, and I don't like it. Part of it's just because it's always hard for me to start on Tuesdays with drawing if I didn't draw over the weekend, because my brain just like short circuits. I remember liking the Mischief one. Yeah, oh my god, there's so many reject Pomnies. Hold on. Let's see. What was this one? Oh yeah, I was trying to give her like that cheeky kind of ho laugh. We got this one, the same one. Oh, a lot of faces for that one. We had the little tongue out face. The big smirk. The do-ho-ho face. That one was just a face with eyes. The fuck? I don't even remember drawing that one. Panic attack Pomni. Confused Pomni. Grumpy Pomni. Nervous Pomni. More confused Pomni. Oh, this was the eyeballs bursting out of the face Pomni. More mischievous Pomni. Me giving up at one point. Another nervous Pomni. Scared Pomni. Just a hand. Jax for the fed up. I remember him getting upset at the end of episode 2 when the fudge monster went splat and there would be no longer be bloody chaos. Yeah, that's true. He did get very grumpy about that. It's like a fun exercise to learn a character. Yeah, it is fun. And especially doing it at like emote format, trying to make it a little bit more chibi. Try and give him bigger heads. We need giving up Pomni. Oh god, which one was that? Which one did I say was giving up? Eyeballs. Confused. Oh, the one where I was just shitpost doodling? That one? Yeah, I mean, if you guys want it, I can do that. I can add that one to the Discord. She looks like she's going through a lot of emotions, to be honest. This has like really strong like Ponyo vibes. There's like there's a silent rage festering inside of this face. Yeah, we can work that out for sure. I'll throw that one up in the Discord. I'll ink that one whenever I'm inking these as well. Would really like to have like a fed up, I am so done with this bullshit Jack's face. Like, he's not quite angry, he's a little angry. But he's more so just, he just can't anymore. Kane has said skibbity sigmas one too many times. I wish she had a happy ending. Oh no, she might. When did he say that? In like the Polish version, when they come back from one of the adventures, he says something about like, welcome back my skibbity sigmas. Oh man. If one of y'all can find the clip to share with Mew, you're more than welcome to post it over in the frag dump. You were trying to get me with that one, Mime. I'm too alert still. You gotta wait till I'm in the zone. Wait till I'm, like, actually focused on a sketch. Then you can get me for sure. This is just Jax seeing what the internet has done with Pomni. Just please don't. Can we not? Just celebrating Jax because he's doing his best. Me too, Jax. Can't say I'm in love with this one either. We'll keep playing with it. I'm gonna go ahead and recover Pomni's side of things. What I'll do is compile all of them onto one layer and then just keep going, keep throwing down different ideas. Could have one where he's like freaking out a little bit. About to abstract, maybe. Don't like how far that one breaks out of frame, though. Could move those arms down a little bit. There's potential. But it does seem a little more suited for a Pomni face than him. I would like to see Jax start to reach a breaking point. Now I want to draw amazing digital circus art. Yeah, do it. Sketch with me. I like being here to body double with people. We're going to be going through several of these faces, so... They don't really sleep or anything, so some kind of like tired or groggy face wouldn't really do much. Hey, bitch. How's it going, Q? He needs comforting. Someone, quick, someone get him a gangle mask to break. Spook! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I forgot about you, and I didn't mean to. Spooka, what is it that you needed help with? You're trying to assign a material to your floor? Figuring out what to Google so I can do that. Okay. I think what you're going to try and look for is how to assign materials to mesh. Now, I'm not sure if your FBX for that prefab that you were showing me the other night has the ability to assign different materials to different sections of it, or if it's all one solid FBX that does not have proper UVs yet. Hopefully it does, but... Oh, and those of you who wanted to use stream avatars or who are not familiar with stream avatars, if you are on desktop, there's a twinkle beside my head here. You can float your mouse over that, and it's going to have two different icons. One of them is going to be for stream avatars. If you click that, then it will give you a list of dinosaurs that you can hatch from your egg into. You can also use the controller under the action window to interact with other people on the stream. If you're on mobile, it's going to be under, or like it's right above the chat next to the gift a sub option. There's like a little +1 that you can click. Well, then everything will be ball pit. Hopefully that's not the case. You'll know as soon as you try to apply it. You'll just drag and drop the material onto the FBX. Let's go ahead and give our uppies to our regulars. I've got a couple of eggs here. So this one here, I'll go ahead and put you on the tablet. That's you, Kisa. And over here, that's Cherry. Oops. Nope, that's Katsu. Here's another egg. There's Bwakus. Oh my gosh, everyone's standing on the eggs. And there you are, Wolfens. So if you choose to hatch from your egg, oh shoot, Brad, I know you're going to stay in your egg. But if you choose to hatch from your egg, there you are on my tablet. Followers can hatch. If you can't hatch, you'll be able to turn into different types of eggs. Eggs can still engage with people. Actually, I think eggs have like some kind of crazy laser blast that they can do. Oh, wow. There you go, Wolfen.
621 can now hatch from their egg.
You've also added yet another green ball to Popple's head, which I don't know why he started with so many today. He actually started and missed. Like every single one of the balls fell out of his head the wrong direction, which is the first time that's happened. So when I reloaded him, he loaded in twice as many. Boy just has a mind of his own. And it's made out of green gumballs. Trying to figure out why this music sounds familiar. It's because it's from Stardew Valley. Eat, Popple, eat. Wait, what's that one? Hold on. Let's see if I could do that. Let's see that meme with Pacha. Oh my fucking god. Of course it's gonna have two hands. I'm not looking forward to doing an emote pack for Kane, given how much the others have fought me so far. I got a couple ideas for Kinger already. I want to try and do that one meme for him where it's the dude with the glasses, like the anime dude with the glasses looking up at the butterfly saying something like, "Is this a pigeon?" Shrink those down a little bit. Oops. This is just the face that he makes when he pulls off a perfect stunt to upset Ragatha. I don't know if anyone is into trading card games, but I find myself falling down that rabbit hole at the moment. Probably land in Magic the Gathering territory. I know Tot has been very big on Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm pretty sure that Foe's been into some kind of new card game, but it's a virtual reality one. So probably not any like mainstream one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Still a thing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, there you go. You got me then. You gotta catch me hung up on these hands. Thought they weren't in print anymore, so my pocketbook wouldn't have to worry about that nostalgia trip. Uh-oh. Yeah, you got me good that time, Snake. Struggled to find anyone to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With IRL, but the online sim where they finally made that they finally made for Yu-Gi-Oh! Called Master Duel is really nice. Just think that the format is very shit at the moment. What if I did one that was just... I swear his head keeps getting wider every time I draw him. Houston, we have a problem. I'm gonna post it in Fragdom. Uh-oh. What have we done? Oh no! The whole room did become balls. Oh, that's unfortunate. Did this prefab not come with a texture to go with it to begin with? Started playing early access off of Trading Card Game Simulator because I love time management games, but it's having side effects. Didn't know that we were doing Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft songs keep coming on. This is supposed to be like a chill kind of playlist going on. Minecraft songs usually fit that vibe. Been enjoying playing Pokemon with the app. Do another round of ideas. Eventually, I'm going to throw some spaghetti at this wall and something's going to stick. Oh wait, he's usually got like a key or something. Could do one like that. Maybe. I feel like I need to try one where he just looks fucking stoned as shit. Just completely zonked. Eyes definitely not facing the same direction. Ain't nothing going on in that head but elevator music. It's just like TV static sound. Don't diss elevator music. That's what we're listening to right now. I love elevator music. Although maybe we can play with this. Instead of these eyes, let's try... Maybe this could be like a "this is fine" sort of face. This is when he works
Did
at
you
McDonald's.
remember to save all of your files?
I have not remembered to save. Thank you. Wait, isn't there an upcoming episode where they do work at like a fucking fast food restaurant? There is, and it's apparently the next episode coming out. I will copy the image address to share with y'all. Or actually, I'll just post it in FragDump since we know that's where to look for things. Spudsies. Oh god. Now I've just discovered another entire AU. The Amazing Digital Circus Cafe AU. Ugh. I can't keep up with that stuff. The fuck kind of fast food name is that? Don't make fun of it. Kane's doing his best. He's never had fast food. AUs are fun, but dear lord, is it overwhelming sometimes? Yeah. I like things I like for the normal timeline most of the time. I've noticed that it seems to be a younger generation that's more into the AUs and whatnot. Not always, but that seems to be where the like predominant interest comes from. Let's try and do like a knife cat face like I have from... Oh?
Mel Laked just subscribed for 1 month.
Oh heck! Thank you, Mala! You've added a purple ball to Popple's head. He now has a fun little purple nose. But thank you very much for the subscribe. AU? Alternate universe. So alternate universes are usually like where they take all the same characters from a story and then they put them in a totally different story. Like I know there's a really popular one for Digital Circus that is just boxing. For some reason, instead of being trapped in a computer game, they are the same characters as they are, but they are all boxers now. And they are all like championship boxers for some reason. And Kane is the ringmaster, I think, who runs this like fight club. And that's kind of as far as I got with that, because the only reason I'm aware of that one is because they did not tag that one as an AU. And so the entirety of the Amazing Digital Circus art tag ended up kind of being just that for a while, and it was really frustrating to people who were not involved with the AU, so they finally started tagging it as the like Fight Club AU. I kind of want to do like a pouty face on this one. Make him grump. Grumpy bun. Fucking Minecraft music will put me to sleep. Pinches cheeks. Oh, I gotta scroll back up. I've missed a lot of this. Sounds kind of entertaining, as generic as DC is. It's my favorite AU. Red Sun Batman for one of many examples. I haven't kept up with DC stuff in a long time. Thank you for lurking, Speaker of the Void. How is Frag? Frag is having art block. Kind of. But I'm doing good. Mostly just kind of playing around with different faces, trying to readjust to this character and figure out what I want to do with this. I've already done a couple different rounds of expressions just to get an idea, but nothing is sticking the way that I want. Those first two were really good, but we've got about 3 minutes before the next ad break comes up, and when that one goes off, I'm actually going to take an early snack break because I did not have a very large breakfast today. I think part of the problem is that Jax kind of only has two modes. Evil and grumpy. He doesn't really have much else that he likes to express. So everything feels just like vaguely out of character. My kind of character. Don't forget sarcastic and sassy, possibly fruity. There is an element of that within all of them. Actually, maybe I could, like, move his head a little more forward. Because he does have that long-ass neck. Oh, there go our ads. Oh, they'll start in a minute here anyway. I actually kind of like this grumpy one. This breaks up the monotony a bit more. But there's just still so much negative space. Let's see how we can sort of chibify it a bit. The fuck? Wouldn't be surprised if he was a twink or femboy before being put in there. His body language tells everything I need to know. Very true. Maybe we can tilt this ear down a little more. I don't hate this one. This one might be a final contender. It seems to use the space a little better, albeit not perfect. We're just going to redraw that ear. Big old grumpy bun. Yeah, this one's definitely a final contender. And I did a dumb. I was supposed to eat during that break. And instead I continued to draw. Let's see if we can bring this shoulder back just a smidge. Try and break that silhouette shape up a little better. Maybe. The more I think about it, Jax is just me with less self-restraint, and I hate it. There's a little bit of Jax in all of us. Literally a tall, skinny, super fucking sarcastic, sassy fuck. I get used to being around someone I'm a little shit. Well, good. The world needs more goblin energy. There's still something a little off about it, but I'm gonna walk away from it for now. But I do very much like that one. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and cut this one out and add that to the other two that we've kept. I threaten people with the most inconvenient of circumstances. All right, I know we did just have an ad break, but I am real quick going to go to the away screen for maybe like 5 minutes here, grab myself a quick snack because I don't want to get nauseous. I will be right back. See you soon. Okay, I am back. And the whole chat is on fire. What happened? I was only gone for like 5 minutes. Oh my god, you. Oh no. It was cold. I'm gonna have to make a firefighter popple emote to put you guys out every time I leave you alone. Uh-oh. Now you've gone and pissed off stream elements. Why is it always you, Snake? Hold on here. There you are. I don't know why it had an issue with specifically that emote. You never know with stream elements. I think I am gonna pull the flipping the bird one back out and mess with that one a little more. Not immediately, but I'll put that guy up here. Because I do see the potential in that one. I like that one. But it needs to be reworked a little bit. That, and I don't want too many negative faces. Oh no. Oh no, don't get in a fight with Popple. Bless your heart. If brains were dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. Gotta get more creative than that, Popple. You've used that one before. Looks like even a stopped clock is right twice a day, but honey, you ain't one of them. What? You're so mean, Popple. What? I keep forgetting what I wanted to try next because you guys are entertaining me too much. Oh yeah, I wanted to try and do like a "you like that" kind of face. Like an "are you impressed with this?" I'm definitely losing my proportions. These two were great because I managed to get the whole head in there for the most part and not have to worry too much about the body. I'm getting too body focused on some of these. I want to do like a, again, having a hand out. Which way would this hand be posed? Thumb away from the camera. We cherish Popple around here. Do we, though? I feel like we equally cherish as we do bully. No fighting. If you fight anyone, it may be Popple. But that's because he's an easy punching bag. He's too polite. He won't stand up to it. Man, I really cannot draw hands today. Nope, not a fan of that. Fast food episode next, huh? Does that hint who might be getting the next spotlight? Goose has actually posted before who will be the center focus of each episode. I don't remember who is supposed to be the next one. Somewhere you'll be able to find the post somewhere. But it has been verified at this point with the whole last episode being about Kinger and Zubul. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Okay, here's the post. Why can I not just dump this in Psy? Is it a fucking WebMD image? Is that why? Oh, I'm tired of everything being that now. It's so hard to just fucking show shit. Well, she says that episode 3 was supposed to be Kinger and Zubul. Episode 4 is supposed to be Gangle. 5 is Ragatha. 6 is Jax. And then she said that we don't get to know who 7, 8, and 9 are. I think the reason we have to wait so much more for Jax is because he's probably going to end up being the main antagonist after a while. Seven, 8, and 9, they just animate random fanfics about the show. Oh no. God, that would be such a nightmare. I'm gonna have to change this angle just a smidge. They keep flipping it because my fucking palm is getting in the way of the picture. I can't see through it. He looks so funny when he's bald. It's always my trouble, though, is trying to cram those fucking ears in here. Can we scooch you a bit closer? Probably not. Although maybe we can put that hand on the other side? Hold on. Let's cut that off. Scooch him down. Probably going to end up losing the top half of this ear if I can't scrunch it. No, the angle can't be flipped. This fucking twig was never meant to be fit into a square. You were very much right about him being a twink. I do hope we get to see more of Zubul soon. At least have them be a little more present. Oh, you know what could work better with this? Maybe. This is kind of like a finger guns sort of face. I hate to do the finger guns more than once, but I'm also the kind of person who does finger guns IRL. I'd have to really give up on those ears to make that work, though. Just waiting for the inevitable Big Top Burger crossover episode like old Nick shows. It'd be fun if they would do some crossovers with things. Could just do maybe one finger gun. And then like a twinkle. Still doesn't quite feel like the best use of space. Oh god. No, now he's mewing. Oh no, but that works for him. Fuck. Alright. God damn it. Alright, that's not the face that I wanted to do, but I guess that's the one that we're going with.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Mime. Fucking E-boy Jax. I don't know, the more I look at it, the more it kind of looks like it's still the finger guns. Which, honestly, that's okay. It can kind of be both. Let's lower the finger just a smidge. I think Cool Guy Jax is still fine. How dare you? Oh no, what have I done? This was not my decision to make this become a reality. He did this on his own. I am blameless. How dare you have beautiful art? I'll try and be worse. Just for you? Absolutely. Can we, like, scooch this in a little better? Actually, can we scooch all of him at a better angle? Because the hand's in a good spot. But him face don't be. We could get that ear to smoosh itself in a little better. That would be good. I've reached the part of this sandwich where I'm disgusted by it being a sandwich and I'm about to just eat the ham alone with my bare hands like a gremlin. I guess I have a fork and I could use that. What's wrong with the bread? Looks like he's flirting with himself. Yeah, he does. See, again, it could be up on his face. He could be doing that, like, pretty boy kind of face. I just don't know how well that would read at, like, super tiny as an emote. It's gonna come off as finger guns one way or another, so maybe I should just commit to it being finger guns. I'm gonna try and commit. Just don't really want the bread and lettuce anymore. Valid. See, this is the part of the day where I start to feel a little bit discouraged because I look at this and it's like, well, I've made 3 drawings, none of which am I really all that happy with. But at the same time, it is important to recognize when you're having an off day. It is important to recognize that not every day is going to be your best art day. And despite it not being your best art day, you're still making art. You're still trying. You're still coming together with something. And that's worth the effort. That's worth looking at and saying, you know what? Even when every fiber of my being was saying no, I still said yes. If it makes you feel better, I think that they look really good and you did 3 more drawings than I'm usually able to do in a session. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not a matter of comparison. I always hate to do that, to be like, oh, you know, you did more than I was able to, because that's not really fair to the other person. It's not fair to yourself. It's not. Art can't be compared like that. And what one person is able to accomplish in 10, 15 minutes is going to be way different than what someone else is going to be able to accomplish. That, and it's just not great to, like, put yourself down. I used to do that as well, but I try not to ever use myself as an example to be like, oh, I could never do that, unless it's something of endurance, because, like, Foe will be able to draw an entire sketchbook's worth of art in one day, and that is literally something that I cannot do no matter how hard I try. He's got a special ability to be able to do that, which I envy. But that's still, it's not like, that's not a reflection of my skill level or anything. That's just a reflection of, I guess, the output. I don't know. I personally don't take that as self-deprecating. For me, the hurdle is usually just getting to the tablet and opening CSP. Yeah. There is actually someone who made a little video that I watched a while back where they talked about bad habits and how their parents had gotten them this pinball machine as a gift, and they went from making art daily to suddenly not doing it anymore. And they realized that the problem was because of the pinball machine. They found that it was a lot easier to just play the pinball machine than it was to make art. So they started deliberately making it harder for themselves to play pinball, but they really had to go through and do a lot of steps for it because, you know, just telling yourself not to do it wasn't enough. So what they started doing was taking the ball out of the pinball machine and leaving it next to the machine. But that didn't work because it was so easy to just pop open the case, drop the ball in, and continue playing. So then they ended up locking the case and putting the keys to the case somewhere else. So now if they wanted to play pinball, they really had to go out of their way to go out and go find the keys, bring them back to the room, unlock the case, put the ball in, close it, and then once they were done playing, they'd have to take the ball out, close the case, lock it up again, and then go put the keys away. So it became a lot more meticulous to have to actually do that. And then in the opposite end of things, they started taking their sketchbook and leaving it open on their desk with a pencil already near it. That way, it was already turned to a blank page. It was already ready. The tool was right there. All they had to do was sit down and pick it up. And it ended up working for them. But I know me, I know my ADHD, I know what I struggle with in terms of like what I want to do versus what I am definitely going to try to do to avoid my responsibilities. And being able to have the self-control to sit down and make those rules for yourself is a very difficult thing to do. But if you can, it's worth trying. Still kind of feel like it's trying to cram in too much if I try to put another hand here. Try doing things to make certain tasks easier in hopes of it forming a habit, and I just end up forgetting to put it back and it falls apart. Yeah. I've been trying to incorporate the sketchbook method of just leave it out. Has it helped? I don't know. Am I just trying to make more of a conscious effort to draw, or is it really making a difference? For me, art is more of a task of inspiration. Yep. That's partially why I think I'm struggling. Because I have not had a lot in the way of inspiration for art lately. I am drawing mostly because I have to. And hoping that inspiration strikes along the way. When that happens, it's great. I didn't have any motivation to draw until you gave me a vision that needed to be manifested. I do not apologize for that. But this also explains why most of your drawings are just cursed forms of Alistair. I feel like I've been staring at this so long that it no longer looks like Jack's. Man, I really thought he was going to be the easy character. Got 4 minutes before our next ad. And all this talk of inspiration is very convenient because I'm looking at this and it's like all at once, just like Tot with their sandwich. I went from, yeah, this is great, to, I kind of hate this one. I don't know if this is like weird or mean to say, but I feel like Digital Circus suffers a bit from, I see a bunch of art between episodes, and then when we get a new episode, it's kind of like, oh yeah, their designs are that simple. This is very true. I'm kind of okay with that though. From a modeling perspective, they are very simplistic models. But I actually appreciate that because they're still well animated. They're still, like, they took what they had and they were like, yeah, it doesn't need to be the most interesting, most complex design on Earth. It doesn't have to be some crazy over the top thing. What is off about his face here? What the fuck, dude? What happened? Oh, I hate spending so long on one that I just feel like I need to scrap. Hmm.
If you become lightheaded from thirst,
Oh,
feel free to pass out.
thank you, Mime. The ads are going to start in around 30 seconds, so it says. Popple is very green. He's got one purple. A purple Popple. It honestly might just be that I've been looking at Jax for too long. So what we might try after the break here is to just try a different character. Kinger might be a little easier. We'll see. We also don't have to worry about fitting as much in to the square. So I Googled Amazing Digital Circus Kinger screenshot, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this over in the server. But I am including a content warning message because it is AI generated. AI doesn't really know what to do with characters like Kinger. It's like a baby Kinger. There's also just like an odd amount of good try, King or Snake. Unfortunately, a little too distracted right now. People are weirdly obsessed with like shirtless buff Kinger. I see so many of those pictures all over the place, and I don't know why. These are probably good. He doesn't have a lot of detail to his design. Hard to nail the quiet moments just right with that delay. Yes, that is true. I gotta keep you guys. I have to have an advantage somewhere. All right, Kinger. Let's go ahead and save a new file for Kinger. And of course, I think we have to have the obligatory Kinger just sort of standing there zoning out, eyes looking two different directions. God, I love him. He's got such Pikmin energy. Trying not to squish him too much. I feel like I'm so bad about mirroring the canvas to try and make some things easier to draw. My brain likes to forget that it's an art program. I've only recently had access to a symmetry tool because I've used Psi 1 for most of my life. I finally upgraded to Psi 2 when I got this computer. So it does have a very good symmetry tool now. But I still find myself flipping the canvas when I'm using it because it's still easier for me to get to certain angles with my wrists to just flip as opposed to having to try and draw it. I don't know what emote this is supposed to be, but I do feel it on a primal level. Look with your special eyes, Kinger. Kinger's the one that I feel like Popple would have been friends with. In my head, they're around like the same... Not age. Kinger is older. But I feel like Popple would probably have come next. Bonding together in their lack of mouths, yes. That, and I just kind of feel like he's more of Popple's speed in terms of like, they can just sit together and dissociate. I look at this face and my brain auto-fills with the AOL dial-up sound. Fun fact, I actually have a Kinger cosplay that I have never finished. I can post pictures of it over in the frag dump. Actually, that wouldn't go that direction, would it? Good catch. Has been playbill really he really misses his wife for Lucy? Oh no. Let me see where one of the final pictures of where I had to leave off on Kinger is. How? Oh, can I open this in the studio and make a GIF of it? Because there was sort of an animated feature. Well, here, I'll go ahead and post the picture of just the head for now. I'll have to figure out how to do a GIF from a video. Once again, I'm just going to put this in the show frag dump because I don't have a channel set up for my own art yet. But there he is. He's huge. If I can get this GIF to work, then you'll be able to see just how big he really is. Okay. This may or may not work. Sorry for wasting so much time here not drawing, but I wanted to show you guys this. Unfortunately, he's not done. I have to redo the lower half because the material that I used was like a spandex type material, and the rings that go around my head, something was going wrong with that. It just like was causing a lot of weird buckling in the fabric. So I want to use a stiffer fabric. I'm not happy with how that was coming out. But he's still a work in progress. I'll get around to finishing him eventually. Head empty. No thoughts. Only Kinger. Thank you, Mime. I'm really upset that I didn't finish it when I wanted it done because I had a convention to go to for it, but just sort of life getting in the way. One day I'll be able to get back to it. And I'll have a better convention to go to with it because it was just kind of a little dinky thing. It wasn't really that impressive of a show. Very tiny. Good for what it was, though. Looks like it would be so much fun to walk around in. Yes and no. Vision's actually very good in that one, compared to, like, fursuit Vision. But definitely would need an escort because he weighs a ton. I made the mistake of making it a thermoplastic build. Which I haven't made thermoplastic builds in years. I think the last time I did one was in 2012. And I forgot just how much all of that weight adds up. I'll escort you. So if you have to be my escort for my Kinger cosplay, does that make you a royal escort? Why was that word so hard all of a sudden? This hand does not work. Save it for somewhere else. Good thing with Kingers, I don't have to worry about connecting his hands at all. They can just kind of be there and do whatever I need them to do. Well, hello, Miss Bronk. Come to see us. Oh, bless you. Goodness. Hi, sweetheart. You been a good baby? Good girl. Bronchosaur has come to see us. Oh, and... Nope, just her. I thought she brought the cat with her. See, now this emote for Kinger works really well for me because this is me every time y'all set off to celebrate. There's Boko. Hello, bud. How you doing? Hmm? Good boy. It's funny, it's almost easier to make them more expressive when they're just eyeballs. That, and I guess I'm just thinking about it less. I was definitely reaching a point of overthinking with Jax. Can I share something really random? Absolutely. I love that emote, Mal. I feel like some of the lack of inspiration I have for arting even extends into like commissions. I'm finally in a position where I could spend money on commissioning people, and I often really like their art, but I'm always plagued by the fuck do I even ask them to draw? Like an urge to draw and such, but just not sure what. I think it's more so just not knowing necessarily like how to tell an artist, hey, I want to see you draw this thing in your style. Also, yeah, we're kind of trying out with Kinger right now because Jax was getting a little in my head. Basically, that's the thing though, at least to make, at least to me, it feels weird to ask someone to just draw this character. Doing what? I have not a clue, and I'm not going to make them try to figure it out. See, for me, as the artist who often receives people like you who wish to have commissions and whatnot, the trouble that I run into is either the request that they want is way too specific and not really all that easily done. Like, I can't understand what it is exactly that they're envisioning, but they know exactly what they want. But they don't know how to communicate it in a way that I understand. So we end up doing this back and forth limbo of me giving what I thought they meant and them coming back at me and saying, no, more like this. What would help me in situations like that, literally just give me stick figures. I truly don't care. I would much rather have a client be like, can I have two characters standing next to each other and like holding hands and kissing, but like this, where one of them's like holding their hands and they've got their foot kicked out and the other one's just like standing there. This is so much better for me than trying to describe it. Don't even get me started when it comes to not safe for work commissions. There's nothing worse than listening to someone try to describe the pose that they want. Like, honey, no, you've got 2 or more bodies going on in this scene. I need stick figures. Give me a picture. I don't care. Give me a stick figure reference. Give me something you found on Fur Affinity. I don't care. I need to know what you need. Do not try to verbally describe Twister to me. Ask an AI, one of the things that I think that they're potentially helpful for is brainstorming when you're not sure who to bounce ideas off of. Actually, maybe I'll try that. Oh, sorry about that. Whew. Because I also have what to draw issues when I actually pick up a pen. I think that's fine in moderation, but you should definitely make sure to be practicing your own ideas as well, purely because it can actually be damaging to be using AI to give ideas to you. Not in the sense of like, I mean, obviously it is, AI in itself is its own issue that we can delve into if you wish, but for you personally as an artist, it's not good to be dependent on other sources for inspiration, because it will gradually start to lessen your ability to come up with those ideas on your own. I also have a long to draw list as I write ideas when they strike, but it doesn't sound like a bad idea as far as acceptable uses for AI. Yeah, so that's actually one thing I used to do a lot. To go on random X generator things, I know there were a lot of user created things like that where it was like random creature generator, and it would describe a creature using preset individual prompts. Like one of them would be like, it's got a long scaly body, and then another prompt would throw in something like, it's got half melted candles all the way down its back, or something like that. And it like you'd get a couple crossovers where like you'd have the same trait once or twice, but there were usually enough traits preloaded in the random generator that it would come up with some pretty cool stuff. A cybernetic giraffe. Kinger is a little bit hard to draw at anything other than a 3/4 view because of his eyes. They're great for random ideas. I just thought an AI would be good for like a discussion when you have a vague idea but could use a hand working it out maybe. Totally fresh thought. Might indeed try it and see if it's at all effective. Yeah, good luck with it. I'm very curious to see what you come up with. That's the kind of stuff that makes it so hard to be able to just talk about AI because of how unethical and demonized it is, because I still do believe that there are some very incredible uses for it that we just aren't at a point that we can explore yet, predominantly because of the unethical uses. But one day we'll get there, and I am very excited to see what will be made of it. when we do. And I say when because I am trying to remain hopeful. Things do seem bleak with the world, but I can do my part by just trying to remain positive. How does that fucking meme go? Sorry, I'm trying to remember the... Is this a butterfly or whatever? Is this a pigeon meme? Yeah, I think it's specifically a pigeon. What the fuck is this meme from? I have referenced this as long as I've been on the internet. It was originally posted in 2011. The still was taken from an episode of a 1991 Japanese-language anime called The Brave Fighter of Sun Fibird. It was set in the then-distant future of 2010. In order for English-speaking fans to enjoy the episode, it needed to be translated, and with no organization in place to perform this task, the translation was provided by fans. Was the translation a mistake? No. That is 100% what the character is saying. He is an alien who is trying to get the hang of what Earth is. So he's just going outside, sees something flying, and assumes that it's a pigeon. Alright, fuck. I feel like we need to watch this now. Aw shit, it's about mecha robots. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do a deep dive on this at some point. That used to be one of my favorite hobbies, was to just, like, find obscure things to watch that were from memes or whatever. Didn't really matter. Just something new, something different. Learn up on it. It's usually something goofy. Do we ever see the bottoms of Kinger's hands? Oh dear. I think they just have like a little nubbin. Are we going to get a Kinger with a gun emote? That is entirely dependent on how hard it is for me to draw a gun. Kinger is love. Hello, Frog Demon. Thank you for joining us. Just been working on some emotes for amazing digital circus characters. It's been a lazy day. Not worried about making fast progress, just kind of doodling. Like how this one can be taken as the meme or just the whole bug collection thing. Yeah. Oh wait, you're right. The description is a lie. I should have updated that. There we go. Should be updated now. I wish I could say the same. Left for work to come home and keep working. Oh no! Well, I hope you're able to get a break soon. Glad to be here. Glad to have you here. This is a very chill spot to just vibe. I do wish you the best of luck with your remaining work. I hope that it's not too overwhelming. Do take time to take care of yourself. So, here's a good example of what I meant about daylight savings and how it affects us, but it doesn't necessarily affect our animals. Because Bronx has just come running in here to let me know that it's her usual time to go potty for the night. But sadly, she has another hour to go. You would think by now she would have caught on. Maybe I can like cartoonify the hand a little bit more so it doesn't look so... Eeh. Three-fingered hands really are a challenge for me still. Her nose doesn't care about our silly clocks. It smells like potty time. No, it's true though. It doesn't even really matter if she has to go. She's just a very schedule-oriented dog, and she does not like it when schedules change. I know, Bronx. I know. You've got to wait. What kind of dog is she, other than a good girl? She is a pit mix, at least as far as we're aware. We really don't know what she is. She's a shelter puppy. I have a strong suspicion that she's got boxer in her. Predominantly because she very much likes to box. She wants to throw punches. But she is a very good girl. I miss going to big cons with you. You should tell me if there are any that you plan to go to. So that's the problem. I've been too fucking poor. The only one I know of that's coming up that would be within budget is in December. But I would love to go to that one with you. Pity baby. Pits love to use those paws. She's honestly, like, the most intelligent dog I've ever met. And I don't mean to say that just, like, as a person who's like, oh, my dog's the smartest dog on earth. Because she's fucking stupid. Like, don't get me wrong. She is not smart. She is intelligent. And the difference is that, like, she can pick up on tonal context. So if we are telling her, like, we'll talk to her like a person. We don't really do commands with her so much as we just talk to her. And she'll be able to pick up from what we're saying, what it is that we're, like, she'll pick up from the tone, what we mean. She doesn't know the words, but she knows, like, what the message that's being delivered is a lot of the time. Oh, welcome back, Minecraft. She's also very good at, like, teaching herself things. Potty training her was a fucking nightmare. But then the day she finally got it, she taught herself from that point. So she understood, okay, I get it now. I have to go outside to use the bathroom. But I want to use the bathroom right now, and nobody is taking me. So I'm going to tell everybody I want to go outside. And so she started on her own, of her own volition. No one taught her this. She just would go up to the back door and punch it to make a sound. So now we know when we hear the tapping, that's her saying, I need to go out. And we did not teach her that. She was just like, yep, this is what I'm going to do. And you're going to respond to it. She's also recently taught herself to do that to my bedroom door. So if mom comes and gets her earlier than when I wake up, and she decides that she wants to go back to bed, she'll walk back to my room after she's been hanging out with mom for a little while and come over and hit my door until I get out of bed and let her in so that she can come snuggle. Tones plus body language plus association related words. Yeah. Is it the same one I went to with you last time? Yes. I heard a fair amount, if not all dogs pick up on tones. Yeah. So I had a lab before I had her. Long time ago. That was a childhood dog right there. And her name was Dixie. And she could kind of pick up on tone, but just, like, wasn't present enough mentally to pick up on, like, what to do from there. Like, she could understand, like, oh, you're talking to me. But then it just kind of ended with that. She could tell if someone was mad, but that's mostly because that was when my dad was still in the picture and he yelled a lot. So it was very obvious when someone was mad. They were just very loud. But she didn't know how to like pick up on tone and like what we would mean with things. She was just kind of the ditzy, like boho girl. Could just be lab brain. Also, ads are about to start. Ads run for a solid 3 minutes. And that's so we can have a full hour uninterrupted. Add me. Any second now. I'll try and have another concept for Kinger by the time the ads are over. Oh, I guess I could do like a sad one. You know, if I do a sad one, though, I'm just gonna have to name it I Miss My Wife. I would love to go with you too, Tot. Oh, I wish it wasn't so soon, because I don't have anything, like, I haven't been able to work on any costume stuff. We just kind of go to look around. But still, that's fun. Sad one would be great, but, like, heart-wrenching. What does he look like? He's like, he has a little sad moment when he's giving some kind of eulogy for Kaufmo, doesn't he? Boy, I really hate the amount of AI-generated shit that comes up when looking for pictures of Kinger. Because none of it's good. It's bad enough that that shit's coming up, but the stuff for him specifically is like 10 times more cursed than most AI crap. Do you really? Do you? I'm gonna send you specifically, Tot. Here we go. Funeral Kinger. There you go, Tot. Enjoy. Maybe people went to town because they saw how janky it was. Maybe. I'm pretty sure Google just, like, takes your results and automatically starts doing AI crap now, though. Like, I think if you just search anything, whatever these results are that are so cursed that come up, I think are just, like, AI generated in your search. I was gonna do cute little, like, blushy cheeks on this one, but I don't know where the fuck his cheeks would be. That doesn't feel right. Oh well, I'll leave it for now. Trying to decide to do a serious sad or a kind of funny sad. Man, I forgot how much I liked the Undertale music. I'm gonna try a funny one first. Just because I have an image already in my head that's trying to get out. But if it doesn't work, we're gonna go with trying to be a little bit more serious. Week after he loses her sad. No! Miss my wife sad. Shotgun Confident is a good one. Actually, let me add that one to my list, because I will forget. Also, this one here is probably not going to stay. That's sort of just our neutral base. It conveys a lot of emotion and no emotion all at once. I just don't know if it'd be good for an emote pack. I'll say Kinger's got one of the most unique head shapes that I've ever had to work with. I like it. It's weird, but it's fun to play with. Fucking gross Kinger sobbing sounds. Just tears flying everywhere. I miss my wife, Pomni. I miss her a lot. I might be cheeky. Give me that hand. Let me recycle you. Yes, bitch. Hmm. Me on Blue Sky has just become, oh, new artist that draws Alistair, follow. I've been getting that way myself, and I'm trying to keep an eye on it so I don't just like spam follow a bunch of people and then not use Blue Sky for anything other than liking pictures. I want to actually engage with people more. I want to be able to talk to them, try and actually make friends. I've been trying hard to like actually reply, but it's an effort. That's what I'm here for too. Yeah. Got a little box of Swedish fish, and God, I forgot how good they are. I fucking love Swedish fish, man. I haven't had them in forever. I really would rather be finishing my feral egadits for feraligadits. The name is a work in progress. What is that, Frog Demon? If you wouldn't mind explaining. I guess explaining's not so much the word I want to use there. Elaborating? Informing. I feel like the word explaining is just a little bit too, like, accusatory in that sense. art mash of Raditz from Dragon Ball Z and Feraligatr from Pokemon. Oh shit! We were just talking about Dragon Ball Z earlier and how I know absolutely nothing about it. They had to educate me on quite a bit. It's almost done. I just need to finish last minute touch-ups and post. Extra fluffy gator. Hold on, I gotta look up Raditz. I don't know who this person is. Raditz. Am I saying that right? Oh, that guy! That man is the most hedgehog-looking human I think I've ever seen in my life. Which I realize now, as the words leave my mouth, is probably one of the weirdest fucking things to say about a character. That man has a lot of hair. So where does he come into the show? They were catching me up on the difference between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, as someone who knows literally nothing about Dragon Ball, other than a couple character names. The start of DBZ. Okay, so I will get introduced to this character. It's Goku's older brother? But I thought the only Saiyans were Vegeta and Goku. You guys just told me they weren't human earlier. Now they are. Oh, wow. After they killed him. Oh no!
We got a boomer!
Making fun of me because I'm old. It's funny because I did grow up with Dragon Ball. Like, that was one of the shows that was on constantly. But I just didn't watch it because it was more so, like, what my cousins were into, and I wasn't particularly interested in whatever they were interested in. But now, because of that, I have missed out on all of the DBZ lore. Spoilers. Don't even worry about that, because I'm pretty sure Dragon Ball Z is as old as I am at this point. What was I into? The weirdest fucking shit, man. I was very undiagnosed autistic as a child, and no one fucking caught on to that shit, despite being very obvious the whole way through. I was much more of a Sonic the Hedgehog kid. Not anime, though. For some reason, I never really got into anime. Not because I dislike anime or anything, they're just, none of it really hooked me. But everybody tells me that if I liked Sonic, that I would like Dragon Ball Z because it's basically the same thing. I was also into just very niche shit. I was really into X-Men Evolution when that was a thing. It's been a long time since I've gone back to watch it, though. Actually, I have a whole binder here, though, still, with my art references of concept art that I had printed out from some archive online that I had found from one of the original artists. I'll have to do, like, I'll take some pictures and share those with y'all sometime, because I'm pretty sure the website doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so what if I drop the name Liquid Television? Does that ring any bells? No? I'm more of a visual person. If I were to Google it, do you think I would come up... Would it show whatever that you're referencing? MTV, oh no, that was my sister. My older sister was much more into the MTV and stuff. What is liquid television? What the fuck? What is this? Ooh, oh, this is like the Adult Swim of MTV, isn't it? Ew! They called them wet shorts? No! I'm gonna get stuck down this. No. Did you see what I said I'm working on? No, I didn't. Hold on, let me scroll back up and see. Working on a Torayina? Is that another DBZ character? Mixed with a hyena? Is this the Wii Fit menu music? Oh, it doesn't say. It's someone's remix of it. Decided to remake my Tora cat and decided to make it a crossbreed with a Puccina. Oh, that's cute. I gotta get back into Pokemon. I had been working on an original Pokemon story a while back. Didn't really have any legs to it, though. It was... The concept was around the time that, shit. I want to say when Sun and Moon came out, but I don't think that's right. No, not Sun and Moon, X and Y, because I didn't like Sun and Moon. But I don't think so. I think it was... What was the first one that came out on Switch? Was that Sword and Shield? I think so. But I had this whole concept for a new professor who was working on changing the types of Pokemon. And the whole concept was kind of based on the new, like, Alolan Pokemon or whatever the different types that were coming out, where they took old Pokemon and kind of, like, rebooted them. I wanted to play with that whole concept. Do it intentionally. I had a couple different hybrid Pokemon designs. One of them was a Leavanny. It was like a goth Lolita Leavanny because it was a ghost type. And he needed to make it to deal with some kind of issue that was happening out in the woods. Some town was being haunted by some kind of ghostly Pokemon. What's the one that turns, like, it's the dead kids in the woods that turn into the Pokemon? They're like a little tree stump Pokemon or something. Whatever that Pokemon is, was the one that was tormenting the town. And so the professor was like, I know. You know what's a good Pokemon for babysitting or nannying or whatever? Leavanny. But it wasn't responsive to the Leavanny, so he was like, you know, it might help if you're also ghost type. Let's genetically mutate you. And the Leavanny was like, sure. So I had a goth Leavanny. And she went into the woods and calmed down the spirit of the dead child, which he later ended up catching, I guess. He had a younger brother who was, like, terrified of Pokemon and kind of was a bit of a weakling himself. Like, he got bullied a lot. And so in order to try and help protect him... Oh, thank you for the follow!
Frogdemon can now hatch from their egg.
I like how she says your name. Frogdemon. He had a little brother that was kind of a weakling. And so he thought, okay, I'm going to protect you. I'm going to give you one of my Pokemon. Because he was, you know, had some stronger ones. I think it was a Toxicroak. I don't remember. All of this stuff's in my sketchbook somewhere. It was either a Toxicroak or what's the new Amp Wave thing? Not Amp Wave, here. It kind of has, like, a flat head. It's got the Zip Zoppies up top. You're gonna laugh at this fucking rendition. I think they have, like, a weird thing on the side of their head. And then they've got, like... they strum, like, their stomach. Whatever this guy is. They're like the punk rock dudes. I think they've got, like, a little tooth. Toxtricity, yes. Thank you. I'm glad you were able to tell from that. But he let his little brother have that Pokemon to kind of be his guardian. And he also genetically engineered a Bulbasaur that was a fairy-type Bulbasaur. That was his brother's first Pokemon. I had, like... I don't remember exactly what I had designed for her. But, you know, typical Bulbasaur. Little froggy body. And I think she had, like... I want to say a big rose petal kind of thing. And then she had, instead of, like, the green splotches, she had, like, little hearts. She was a cutie. I knew before you started drawing. It's one of my favorite Gen 8 Pokemon. Toxtricity is really fucking cool. The entire design for that Pokemon is one of my favorites. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Ink? Hope you've been having a good day. Got some hideous sobbing, I miss my wife Kinger. Sorry I keep showing up late. Baby, no! Don't ever enter the room with an apology here. You never owe an apology for showing up late, because I'm just thankful that you are showing up at all. I'm happy to see you. It is not my entitlement to expect anyone to be here. And I am thankful and grateful for those of you who do. Love Haxorus's design. Oh, Haxorus is pretty cool. Really like Cyclizar, one of the non-legendary dragons. I was immediately bombarded by that cursed kinger. You're welcome. It's kind of a weird angle to be doing the top of his head at. Miraidon stole my heart. Love both, but I'm more partial to Koraidon. The Protege legendary. I have not played that one, but I've heard from Tot that it is good. It seems a little more different than the usual safe formula of a Pokemon game that they've been sticking to for so long, which I very much appreciate, but am very, very tired of. What? Hello!
Bash Butterbean can now hatch from their egg.
Welcome, Bash Butterbean. Thank you for the follow. Actually, 2 of you have followed fairly close together here. We're not going to be at this for too terribly much longer. We've only got about half an hour left. But are you familiar with stream avatars? Testicle rocket legs? What? Also, thank you for the compliment on the model. This is a PNG tuber avatar that I made myself. Yes, you are familiar with it. Okay, cool. The button for stream avatars is underneath of the twinkle next to the side of my head on desktop. If you float your mouse right over it, you'll see it there. If you're on mobile, it's going to be a little +1 beside the gift a sub option. Of course, they have to go out swinging lawsuits at anyone who dares present a fresh spin on things. True. Looking at you, Pal World. Although, I'm not going to lie, Pal World has its own issues. I can't excuse them entirely for the blatant plagiarism. You remove Miraidon's front legs and it's literally... Oh no! That's like Palkia. When I had gotten Diamond and Pearl, I got Pearl. And boy howdy, it was kind of a shocker to see what battling with Palkia was like. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up for those of you who might not have seen it. Oh, how dare. Ah, here we are. So the first time that I did a battle with Palkia after catching it, there was a noticeable shape. Oh, you're still an egg? Uh-oh. Let's see. Yes, you are still an egg. Does it not have a list of dinosaurs showing up for you to hatch into? Oh, it actually doesn't say that you followed. That's weird. We definitely had the alert show up for it. Chose to be the blue stego, but it's not updating. This could be a stream avatars thing. It looks like it didn't want to give you... Yeah, it didn't give you the follower checkoff. I will go ahead and give you the blue stego, since it wants to be stubborn about it. There you are. And it should also have the name tag of hatched egg, but it is not giving it to you for some reason. I wonder if Stream Avatars needs to update. Frog Demon, you also should be able to hatch from your egg, but if Stream Avatars is having a problem, I can do a quick reset on it and see if that'll fix it. Let's try that. Oh god, you've all spawned on top of each other. Oh no. Alright. We've got... Kisa decided to stay an egg. Brad decided to stay an egg. Okay, Frog, I definitely see that it gave you the correct title now, but Bash, it's still not giving you the right title. Oh, there you go. I guess it just needed a minute. And Snake, we'll go ahead and pop you up there. And Q. Are you still an egg? Yes, you are. You are our little black and white egg down here. Can scoot you on top of the tablet so you can see yourself a little better. The people who like to stay eggs, I move up into the box above my head, because then I can keep track of whether or not I have a new person that's shown up. I prefer the fucked up horse Palkia. See, I can see why that would be a little bit better. As is, Palkia just is a little bit too dong-like, unfortunately. At least in its pixel state. I'm plotting my escape. We're talking about Gen 4 legendaries. The best one is Giratina. Oh, hands down. This Kinger pack is looking great. Thank you. They look amazing. Thank you so much. I'm way happier with how Kinger's coming out compared to Jax. Jax is one I'm going to have to come back to, I guess, when I'm more in a headspace for him. I can pull him back up so you guys can see where we were at with that. I had all of them turned off. There's Pomni. We had... Those were the 3 that I had settled on, kind of. But then we have a bunch of extra ones that kind of didn't get settled on. Ooh. I already forgot about that one.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
I have, actually, but thank you. Bunch of different hands. Hands have really been against me today. And then, of course, we've got our Pomnies. I think Ragatha's going to be fun. She's going to be a bit of a challenge because I do struggle with her kind of vibe a little bit. I like the Pacha Jacks. When it comes to the emotes, it's partially a struggle to decide on like what's a good emote to make versus what's a funny emote to make, because if I make a funny emote, it still might not be used for anything. You kind of still have to keep in mind like what that specific face might be used for and how often somebody would want to use it for that. Like, I'm still not sold on this one with Kinger because he's just standing there. They have to have a tone people would want to use. Yes. I feel like I Miss My Wife Kinger is the one that's going to get used the most. Let's see. The other one that we have here is the Shotgun Confident. Would Zubal's emotions just be her parts arranged differently? Zubal's one I'm still kind of stumped on. I don't really know what I want to do for them yet. Because yes and no. I do think I'm going to do different parts for each one. Just use the canon designs that we've had, because we've had at least 3 different designs for Zubal now, I think. But I do still want to have them be emotes, so they're actually, like, usable. Also, I do know I'm not able to get the full rings on Kinger. I've only been able to get the top little ring. I'm trying to conserve some space to make sure that his features are seen as clearly as possible. Red eye gleam. We're due for a breakthrough on Zubal at some point. We are. Let me pull up what Kinger looks like with that gun. Okay. So Googling Kinger with a gun was not the right move. I'm gonna have to find the actual show. We're doing pretty good, so I think I'm gonna go a little over the usual time, even though we've only got, it's around 15 minutes. We are gonna go over a little bit, because I would like to get this last head something in here for the last one, even if I'm not gonna use the first one. Man, has anyone else been having ad block issues lately? YouTube has been kind of a nightmare lately for me to use because the ads are kind of working against the ad blocker. Kinger, at what point do you get a gun? Ah, at that point. Fucking hell. Alright, I don't know if I can fit a whole gun. Gonna have to do some very clever foreshortening. By the way, I got a Vaporwave mix commission finished if you want to link to that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah. I always trust your taste in music, Inc. Let's see if we can brighten this image just a little bit. I think I'm gonna have to aim for a... Oh no. Alright, stock images are our friend. We're gonna have to do some crazy foreshortening to get this gun to actually fit into where we might need it here. Let's play with this shape, though. I don't know how many of you are familiar with a blocking technique, but this is something for doing composition if you are trying to fit a lot into a shape. I know I kind of want him to be leaning off to the side some, so I'm going to kind of mark off this area specifically for him in this dynamic angle. At the same time, we want that gun in here. And it's going to take up a good portion of things. Let's actually... Let's move this down lower. Give him a little more head space. Watching a video talking about PewDiePie's art journey, I get the frustration from other artists given his progress in just a year, but I can't help but feel proud of him for how dedicated he was to learning it and picking it up so fast. Why are people mad about that? I'm sorry. I'm going to be a controversial opinion here, I guess, but I don't give a shit how much of a piece of shit he is. I don't know anything about him really to know what he's done because I don't really keep up with celebrities and shit. The fact that this man sat down and said, I'm going to learn how to draw, and then did that, why is anyone mad about that? I get where some people are upset because he learned how to do it fast, But that's literally what, if you do the same damn thing, you're also gonna be that good. I'm sorry, I don't understand the bitching. If you're gonna bitch about somebody else learning how to draw by putting in the fucking work, go home. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. I don't care. If you're gonna put in the work to learn how to draw and then you end up being good at drawing, okay, you worked for that, you earned it, that's yours. You're allowed to be proud of that, you're allowed to celebrate that. And it's weird as shit for other artists to bitch about that, to be like, oh, well, he's privileged because he had the time to do it, and most people don't have the time to do that sort of thing. Okay, shut the fuck up. You got time to play video games. That's your choice. If you really want to learn how to draw, learn how to draw. I don't want to fucking hear it. I've had way too many people come at me and be like, oh, you're so talented. Oh, you're so skilled. You're such a good artist and everything. I would love to do anything like that. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't, because if you really would love to do something like that, you would have done it by now. I don't accept that. Anyone can learn how to draw. You just have to be able to be committed and put in the work to do it. And if you're not going to do that, I'm sorry, then you just don't get to draw. You are the kind of person who's going to perpetuate why AI art is such a bad thing. Because you're going to sit there and use it as how it's being used now. You don't want to learn how to draw. You want instant gratification. I was going to say I'm going to die on this hill, but someone's going to die on this hill. And it's not going to be me. I'm going to be the one killing them. Bitching just a bitch. Absolutely. Let her cook. Thank you, but my pronouns are they, them. Took me years to get where I am, but to be frank, I haven't taken the best steps to do it, so I can't be mad. Well, that's the thing. Art is subjective. If all you do is draw what you want to draw to get better at what you want to draw, that's fine. Teachers demonize that because they want you to be good at everything. But if you're just drawing for the sake of drawing, it doesn't matter. Draw. Draw what makes you happy. I don't give a fuck what you're drawing as long as you are trying. If you want to draw and you're committed to doing that, and you learn and you put in that work, I'm proud of you. If you want to draw and you're unwilling to put in that work and you're just going to sit there and cry about it and bitch about other people.
All of your files.
Thank you, Mala. I have no pity for it. The salt is real. You guys are going to learn what things unlock angry frag, so you get more rants like this. And then I'm going to get canceled by Twitter. It's okay, no one gives a fuck about Twitter anymore. I feel part of the whole spiel is just troll culture. Also, my apologies. Oh, you're good. I don't make it very obvious, and I do sound very feminine, so it happens a lot. All the birds have flown into the blue sky. We have. I'm gonna go in and start trying to pull this image out a little bit more clearly. This one's a bit sillier than the others. I don't know how much it's going to translate. Oh, you hear that barking? I promise that's not actually me. That is my dog letting me know that she is mad because I have taken too long to take her out. Because she still thinks that it is an hour later than it is. Pewds is a father now. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Even if he's not making content as much, he's still a full-time father and husband and still found time to learn art. Yeah, like just because he's a celebrity or whatever doesn't mean he's still got the time to learn how to do art. That's like saying that like it's unreasonable that a celebrity went out and learned how to speak another language or learned how to play guitar. Like, damn, dude, he learned how to do a thing. He acquired a skill. That's not something that you can just like pay someone to do for you. You actually have to do that yourself. And damn, like, if a celebrity's gonna do it, then what's your excuse? Because they can just pay people to do everything for them.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Mala. Oh, he had the kid like a year or two ago? Shit, shows how much I keep up with things. It's actual potty time now. Oh crap, it's a double barrel shotgun. We can work with that. Oh, he also moved to Japan. By the way, Frag, when can I commission you for your art? So I'm not going to be taking any commissions until I get NEP finished. And I know that's kind of weird because NEP is a 3D model commission and we're talking about drawing right now. But I haven't really done commissions in a long time. NEP was the first one that I really like kind of sat down and was like, okay, I'm going to actually commit to this again. And he has actually kind of taken a little longer than I was hoping that he would. So I'm already afraid of being overwhelmed. And I know how I get when I get overwhelmed. I do kind of shut down and I don't want to neglect the work. I don't want to let myself do that. So before I'm willing to open up to take more, even if I might need the money or anything, I do not want to because I don't want to burn out again like I did before. I burned out so fucking hard, y'all. I'll tell you about that after the ad break because ads are about to start up. This is our last ad for the night. And they will go off in about a minute here. But yeah, burnout's a serious thing. Thankfully, we are pretty far. I say that like multiple people are working on it. I am pretty far on him now. I've got his UVs all laid out and he is going to be getting his clothing sculpted this Thursday. I don't know how far I'll get on that, but hopefully that'll go fairly quick. UVs will be laid out for that. And once I have more of a stable idea of how much more is left on him, I'd be potentially willing to open up for some more 2D stuff. I need to throw my money at somebody this month. My wife went through the same thing. Burnout do be real. Oh my god, yeah. She's cleared her queue before she does anything, though. Yeah, if you are able to clear out your queue, that is truly the best thing you can do for yourself. Don't reload it. Get it out of the way, get it done, and rest. Because as soon as you feel burnout coming along, you need to pay attention to it, or else your body's going to pay attention to it for you. Especially if you are neurospicy. I like that this song includes like rain, gentle rain tapping. You can definitely like hear him screaming. Part of me doesn't feel like he is aggro enough. Like I kind of want him to look a little bit crazier almost. We don't need that sketch anymore. Shrink him down a bit. Maybe a bit more. I don't know if maybe it would be better to have him have his eyes cockeyed or not. So instead of looking focused and what he's shooting at, have him be more like just fucking losing it. Different pupil sizes, maybe? Yeah, that might work. Let's fix this hand real quick. You need to make it known that that is on a trigger, otherwise it looks like he's just holding 2 toilet paper tubes. Maybe I'll do an animated version of Kinger's Pack. Because I'm not gonna lie, this one I think would be really funny to have be animated where just like one eye is looking forward and the other one just like slowly drifts to the side. Or maybe they'll just drift back and forth between focused and drifting apart. I don't know. I think that there's some play there we can mess with. We can just have like some really intense kind of emphasis here. Kinger noises intensify. Say hello to my little friend. It's a gun. Hopefully color will break up this palette, or this sketch a little better, because it does seem a bit muddied right now. Not sure how clear it'll be as an emote. Time will tell. What I'll do, because I do really like how Kingers have come out, I'll go ahead and throw these up onto my testing Discord to see how the shapes and everything come out in emote size. Make sure everything looks good for him and Pomni. And if I'm not feeling the sketches next time for Jax, maybe I'll go ahead and ink them. Or ink Kinger and Pomni, I mean. Get those two completely done. I might still play with this expression a little bit. Really emphasize the eyebrows on it. So there is our current emote pack for Kinger. Might still go back and play with some things. I don't like... Actually, let me change that now while it's on my mind. I want to make sure that we can kind of have this shape separated. Whoa! That was a good hit, Katsu. Uh-oh. Well, that would explain some things. My scroll button has been changed. There we go. I must have hit that earlier. I love violence. Shotgun looks great, thank you. I'm not really too fussed with making it actually look legibly like a shotgun with this part back here and whatnot, because it's going to be so tiny, it's only going to be like 4 pixels in size anyway. Oh, that really did change the size of my brush earlier. Ugh, I know we wouldn't see this from this angle, but it's gonna fuck with me. this eyebrow. We need to make room, buddy. People need to see that you have a corner to the side of your head over here. We'll play with that expression another time, maybe. Just see if we can find something a little better than what it currently is. Fucking, I never really would have expected Angry Kinger to have made it into the emote pack, but I'm happy with that. Honestly, I see myself using these, so that's good enough for me. Oh, where did that arrow come from? Perfect. Oh god, I jumped. My goal was met. Lurk if you end while I'm lurking, then good night. And I rejoin the Discord. Oh, thank you for telling me, because I forgot. But let me know if you have any issues with the Discord, getting your tags and everything set up. I know I keep saying I'm going to overhaul it soon. I do still mean to do that. That is just something that I keep getting pulled away every weekend. And I will unfortunately be pulled away again this weekend, because we've got a Friendsgiving going on. Oh my god. Okay, hopefully after this weekend, though, I will finally get a free weekend. Glad I could suggest. Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody who suggested ideas. And I apologize to those of you who suggested things that I did not try yet. We're going to go back to Jax. Jax is one that is... He's been putting up a fight. But that's all right. Let me close out of all these extra tabs that we don't need now. Check our time. Yes, we have reached our goal for our time. I think at this point, it's a good idea to trade things off and kind of close things up for the evening. Although I would like to take a look at Kinger next to Jax and Pomni. Oh god, I forgot about that one. Which one did we settle on for that? That one. Okay, we've got Pomni. Kinger. And let's pull Jax out once more. I'm not gonna lie, I do still like this face quite a bit. It's just trying to figure out what to do with his hands that I didn't really know what to do. I like that hand still. Kinger, get out of here. Well, that's the one. Those are the ones that we landed on, but they may not be the ones that we keep. Time will tell. But yes, there's our final lineup for what we currently have. You heard a loud thump then? That was my dog knocking over a book. Normal Kinger to sad Kinger. I feel like that's something that would just happen a lot at random. So many emails to go through. Oh no! Emails are no fun. Friendsgiving. Friendsgiving is kind of like Thanksgiving, I guess, where it's just a potluck. It's a bunch of friends getting together to do a potluck. Trying to kind of celebrate something. Mostly just friends. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving. At least not in, like, the sense that Thanksgiving is normally celebrated. We just kind of get together and do food and are thankful for hanging out with friends and for the people that we have been able to have in our lives. Kinger's pack looks great. Thank you. Nice job. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm very happy with them. I'm excited to throw some colors on them. And to see who we've got left. We've got Ragatha, Gangle, Zubul, and Kane. I don't know if I'll be doing Kane anytime soon. He is going to be the hardest if I ever get to him. But we're in a good spot for it. Let me go ahead and put the tablet away. Oh, no, I'm just holding this little egg. I didn't really think that through. We will scooch ourselves on over to the good night window. And it is nighttime after all, so let's find a nice background here. There we are. So, who are we going to go see tonight? You know what? I don't think we've seen Goblin in a while. How long have they been streaming? Oh, and they're not streaming anymore. Oh no! Oh, they like just finished. Well, that's okay. We've got other people to choose from. What's Frosty getting up to? Frosty's been at it for about 3 hours. Not sure how much longer they're gonna keep going. And what about you, popular cartoon? Okay. You know what? I'll let you guys decide. What would you rather watch? More art or a friend playing Subnautica? Let me out. Let me out. You will have to wait until the next stream to hatch from your egg. Or you can just live inside of it, as many others choose to do. I'm thinking, let's go say hi to Frosty. It'll be nice to see them and see what progress that they've made since last time. It's their first time playing through Subnautica, so they're not super familiar with what they're doing. Which is actually quite fun, in my opinion. I like seeing people starting new games for the first time to try and get an idea of what they're going to do. Figure out how the game mechanics work and whatnot. Let's go ahead and get our raid message. Okay. Before I send that, I'm going to go over our nightly things here for the end of the stream. Where did I move my sticky note to? There it is. So, tomorrow, we've also got another scheduled stream for Wednesday, our Wacky Wednesdays. We will be finishing up with Poppy Playtime Chapter 3, hopefully finally beating the boss. I don't know of anything between Dog Day and the end of the game that would hang us up for too much longer for an entire stream anyway. If we so happen to beat Poppy Playtime and finish off early, before the end of stream and whatnot, then we have a lot of things we can choose from. I can do a little bit of Project Playtime, which is the Dead by Daylight kind of companion game for Poppy Playtime, or we can potentially start up a new playthrough of FNAF Security Breach. There's a chance that if Rosie is around, we might end up doing some Phasmo. Not sure yet. It just depends on how busy she is. She has been kind of all over the place this last month. So nothing set in stone. We're just going to play it by ear. Thursday is another 3D Thursday. I'm going to continue to be working on Nep. As I said before, I'm going to be starting his clothing, and then if I get through that fairly quickly, we'll do the weight painting, data transfers, and UV unwrapping for the clothing. But I highly doubt that I'll get through all of it in one stream. After that, we'll be starting on doing his facial expressions, and by the time that we're done with that, it's off to Unity. Oh, wait, actually, I'm skipping a whole step. I still have to do his textures. That's what we were doing last time. That might actually take priority. But then I don't believe there's anything else going on for the weekend. Oh, shoot! Thursday is also Spooka's birthday. So Spooka has been popping in here and there with us. She's been working on a Blender project currently that might be secret. I'm not going to reveal entirely what it is. I'm going to let that be up to her. To those of you who don't know, Spooka's actually supposed to start streaming soon. She was scheduled to start this week, actually. It's her birthday week. It was going to be a big thing, but due to some IRL situation stuff that has come up, she unfortunately has not been able to. So we're going to hold off on that, but hopefully as soon as we're able to get that stuff kind of sorted out for her and get her up and moving, it's going to be quite a big deal. So shout out to Spooka. Let me do that real quick. Go follow her. Go give her support. It is her birthday week, so give her some love. I'm going to be doing some little shout outs for her all throughout the week here because she could really, really use it. And not to snoop too far into the situation, but if you don't mind checking out her card or her Twitch, not Twitch, her Twitter or Blue Sky, either one, you can find them through Rosie as well. She has a Ko-fi, and there have been some IRL things that have been kind of really not a great situation. So if you happen to have some spare change that you don't mind tossing their way, it would really help out. Don't feel obligated. Obviously, we're all kind of struggling, but it would really help out the situation if you can. And if you can't, please tell your friends. Kind of raise some awareness. Let them know. We've got a friend struggling over here and we want to help them out. Otherwise, we're going to look forward to starting things up with Spook with their streams soon. You guys are going to love them if you love my stuff. They've been hanging out with me on and off, doing some game stuff here and there, and they are my favorite person to play Lethal Company with. Alright, before I get too far sidetracked, there's our raid message. To those of you who can copy and paste that, if you've never done a raid before, you just copy that message, and as soon as we drop you off at the next person here, you will bombard their stream with it. Show them lots of love. I will see you guys again very soon. Let's go ahead and set this raid up. There we are. So I will see you guys again tomorrow. Hopefully, as if you are going to have the time to stop by. If not, totally fine. I will see you when I see you. Thank you everyone new who joined the stream today. It's very nice getting acquainted with you. I hope you stick around and come say hi more often. I love you guys very much, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.